Welcome to the unified list for Dark Souls 1, 2 and 3. This video is great because Dark Souls 1 begins very near the beginning of the universe, where gods walked amongst men, while Dark Souls 2 mythologizes the stories of Dark Souls 1, offering spiritual progressions to the kingdoms directly influenced by their presence, and Dark Souls 3 brings it all together by showcasing the great champions that would seek their own version to the end of the story. And with that being said, let's get into the first entry. Once again landing at the bottom of a list is the Royal Rat Vanguard. Not unlike its more average overgrown rat contemporaries, the Rat Vanguard only finds distinction in two ways. It's able to bring to life petrified statues of other rats, and seemingly an ability to coordinate them too. Both of its distinctions lay firmly in an administrative capacity, and thus the Royal Rat Vanguard, as its name suggests, was the bureaucratized extension of the Rat King's command, but firmly remains the same as the subjects he coordinates. As one of the truly rare occurrences where the boss's gameplay matches their lore strength, we have the Covetous Demon. His story follows that of a man who held an unrequited love for Mitha. While Mitha's own story is for later in the list, we know her heart belonged to another, likely a royal from a neighbouring land. On realization, the man would pine for her in vain, mourning his inability to win her over. He would lay in close proximity to her, longing for a chance to share his affection. However, this chance would never arise, and he would sustain his proximity to the queen by eating whatever food he could find. The description of his soul tells us, "Eating is an expression of desire. There was once a man whose deep affection was unrequited. He transformed into the covetous demon, which only made him lonelier than before." When assessing his strength, there are two main paths we can take. The first obvious path is his title. Referred to us as a demon from the game itself, there is no evidence to assume he was a demon in the Dark Souls sense of the term. He has no affiliations with the Bed of Chaos, and it's likely he was known as a demon only in aesthetics, grotesque in design and far too mutated to make out his original human form, and thus the residents may have used this moniker mockingly. The second path in assessing his strength is from the bone scythe his soul can create. It tells us the curved spine of the covetous demon is as hard as rock, and rather than slicing through flesh, this weapon seems to grind it apart. This feeds into the prominent theory that he wasn't a predator, rather more akin to a scavenger. This isn't surprising, as Mitha's domain and the Earthen Peak would claim the lives of many people due to Mitha's poison and the countless threats that inhabited it. As a natural byproduct of Seath's experimentation, the Moonlight Butterfly is less of a crystal weaponization and more so a natural occurrence from an unstable ecosystem. We know Seath spent a majority of his dukedom seeking the immortality he lacked when compared to his everlasting peers. His crystal experimentation would become the foundation for crystal sorcery which, as we learn, was unstable enough to induce madness but also breed new forms of life, the Moonlight Butterfly being one such form of life. As one of the most passive bosses in the entire game, the Moonlight Butterfly does maintain rudimentary exertions of crystals in the form of basic sorcery. Representing natural fauna rather than complex aggressive beings, it ranks here on the list. Seldora was named after the man who would turn the originally derelict area into a prosperous part of the economy by finding crystals below its earth and investing great resources in cultivating these crystals, transforming the old colony into a wealthy town. However, as with all things related to unchecked capital accumulation, this would be his own undoing. As much time into draining the resources of this town, he would dig and dig until he would go deep enough to find a small spider. Drawn in by its allure, he would begin to cherish the spider like his own child, housing it and feeding its insatiable hunger. We know this creature to be Freya, a spider that would outgrow Seldora and forcefully overrun the territory with a mass of minions that would take complete control over the town. However, this was occurring during Vendrick's premiership in Drangleic, and he would react to this threat by dispatching many of his own subjects to aid in bringing the town back into control, eventually building a camp on the peripheries of Seldora to contain the threat, but also guide refugees pouring out of the region to safety. Within the camp were his royal guards, but also priests. These priests no doubt sought to tend to the wounded. However, by the time we arrive, it's clear either Freya's forces were far too great a threat, or Vendrick's exile had disorganized the camp enough that they would all finally lose themselves to the battle, eventually going hollow. However, this hollowed encampment would come to the attention of Uldir, Vendrick's brother, who sought to understand the hollowing curse in a bid to help his brother in reversing the curse. Uldir would eventually send a magus to research the region. We learn from Hexa Nikolai's story, this magus was definitely of Uldir's origins, and this practice was common of Uldir in a variety of regions in Drangleic as the curse of hollowing spread. As they built on Uldir's research, they would become well acquainted with dark sorcery, which, as we learn, was the projection of sorcery tied to the innate power of the dark soul, and thus humanity. This magus in particular would station himself in a church once used by the priests to treat the refugees. Eventually, however, it's clear by the time we find the magus and his new congregation, he has taken a de facto leadership position amongst the Hollows and may have hollowed himself in the process, taking a hold of the procession and battling us as a unit. The magus himself is not a uniquely powerful individual, as he was one of a larger cohort of lesser researchers tied to Uldir. However, we do know they would hold a deep proficiency in sorcery due to the nature of Uldir's research, and in his hollowed state can, much like the corrupted mages of Ulasil, use dark sorcery. Alongside him are two priests equipped with priest chimes, indicating they were high-ranking clerics. While these clerics may have originally found their station due to their healing ability, they can also utilize lightning spears to fend us off. Finally, the congregation themselves weren't much of note and had little in the way of defense, crawling aimlessly and ultimately positioning the entire fight as not one of a hardened group of combatants, but a crude interruption of a congregation. The curse-rotted Greatwood is the environmental consequences of a land not unfamiliar with the undead, destined to either fester in a cycle of death and rebirth, or become sacrificial fodder to Aldrich. The description of the rotted greatsword tells us, ever since its establishment, all manner of curses have managed to seep their way into the undead settlement. The worst of them were sealed away inside a spirit tree, but eventually the curses took their toll, telling us that the spirit tree was the original form of what would later be known as the cursed rotted greatwood. While we have little information on the nature of a spirit tree in the world of Dark Souls, it's very likely the creator of the series, Miyazaki, drew inspiration from the Kodama of ancient Japanese mythology. The Kodama in folklore speaks of a tree that harbours old spirits that form its personality. It's therefore unsurprising to find that the spirit tree became festered with the hollows of the undead settlement, as it lay firmly on the route known as the Road of Sacrifices, the route used to bring hollows to Aldrich for consumption, to enrich his own strength so that he may one day be used to link the first flame. When we meet the curse-rotted Greatwood, it's already blistering with pus and surrounded by fallen undead. There is little information on its overall strength, which is further symbolized by its unique passiveness to the player. This is why we have to resort to the basics for the Greatwood, taking into account its large size and weight powerful enough to cave in the ruins of its arena. It's therefore in its ability to shift its monstrous weight that its strength is to be assessed, which in itself is brought down by its impractical shape and inability to use abilities to mitigate this weakness. The curse-rotted Greatwood is not designed as a predator or a defensive creature. It's the unfortunate amalgamation of the destitution faced by the Hollows of the settlement. While there is a saving grace associated to the power we know the amalgamation of souls can have within this universe, there is no aspect of soul-related power such as sorcery attributed to the curse-rotted Greatwood. Vendrick in many ways has always been a reflection of ourselves from the first game, as he, just like us, found himself in a region burdened by the existence of 4 Lord Souls. In this world, his first act would be to kill the 4 bearers of the primordial Lord Souls, capture their souls, and utilize the entirety of its strength and influence to build Drangleic. This new kingdom reflected Vendrick's greatest asset, the simple strength of men. During Drangleic's heyday, a woman of unknown origin known as Nashandra would find herself in Drangleic, eventually developing a loving relationship with Vendrick. In time, Vendrick too would share this admiration, and eventually Nashandra, now Queen of Drangleic, would speak of a land of giants far afield, and warned of the eventual threat they would pose the kingdom, advising the king to preemptively strike this land and claim from them their source of power. Vendrick, receptive to his queen, would launch a full-scale invasion, leading a devastating campaign against the giants, taking home an unnamed prize, which is later contextualized as the Giant's Kinship, an artifact that allowed the creation of automatons. With this pillaged knowledge, Vendrick would recruit his scholarly brother Aldir to put to use this new technology, creating golems. Golems later used to create Drangleic Castle and a home for his wife situated right above the Kiln of the First Flame, likely instructed by Nashandra too. Atop their throne, Nashandra's influence would begin overshadowing Vendrick's, and Drangleic would begin to succumb to a peace, unlike any other, a peace Chancellor Welliger describes as the Dark. This would spur many of Vendrick's allies, including one of his closest confidants, Raim, to confront Nashandra's influence only to be exiled, symbolizing Drangleic's move towards Nashandra's influence. However, soon after these events, Drangleic would face some level of karmic justice as the giants were back to retaliate, led by their very own reflection of Vendrick, the Giant King. This invasion would cause untold devastation to Drangleic, leaving much of the peripheries, notably the Cardinal Tower, in ruin, never to be recovered. While the Giant King would eventually be brought down, there wouldn't be any return to normalcy as the undead curse would begin to ravage Drangleic soon after. Vendrick, fearful of the unstoppable forces of the curse, would commission Aldir to research into the matter and a means to suppress the curse. Both would learn a great deal about the nature of humanity, but despite their efforts and experiments, nothing fruitful would emerge. In time, Nashandra would urge Vendrick to seek the Throne of Want and bring upon the world a new age entirely, one that likely for Nashandra's sake allowed for an age of entire darkness. It's only in this moment that Vendrick would finally see through Nashandra's deceit, finally seeing Nashandra as a true aspect of the dark. Knowing he held too an aspect of the dark related to his own humanity, he feared her influence would be far too great to overcome and would flee to the Shrine of Amana, abandon his soul away behind layers of illusions, finally taking his mortal form into the crypts, ensuring Nashandra could not take advantage of his humanity and the 4 Lord Souls he harnessed to usher in an age of the dark. It's in this moment we meet Vendrick, still in the crypts, having completely hollowed, his soul that harboured the ineffable 4 Lord Souls tucked far away. In this moment, Vendrick is nothing but a soulless husk, his history of power, the accumulation of all of his victories, torn away from his very being, becoming as shallow as the hollows that roamed his kingdom. While there will naturally be arguments as to how we require a vast majority of giant souls to even inflict wounds onto Vendrick, this is likely far more related to the symbolism of Vendrick's dialectical relationship with the giants and how his undoing began at the moment he conceded to Nashandra's demand of preemptively and belligerently attacking the giant civilization. Vendrick in this final battle does not even acknowledge us to begin with, and when aggravated, aimlessly hacks at us with a total of 2 main attacks. This battle and the gameplay is an amalgamation of the lore related to how empty he has become in the final moments, existing as a physical, daunting but mindless hollow, juxtaposing the constant stories we are given leading up to this fight, ranking far below what we would expect of his prime form. As mentioned in the previous entry, the Last Giant and Vendrick represent one of the most important dialectics in the entire story of Dark Souls 2. In this, if Vendrick was the thesis, the Last Giant was his antithesis. The Last Giant is in many ways a mirror of Vendrick, or more accurately his arch-rival, as once the land of the Giants were pillaged by Drangleic during an unprompted war, they sought revenge, but this time prepared to fight, led by a figure known only as the King of Giants, who shares aesthetic similarities to Vendrick himself, who would cross the seas and wage a war on Drangleic. After destroying the Cardinal Towers and seemingly winning the war, an unnamed hero would best the Giant Lord and bring him down, casting him in chains and leaving him to suffer within the rubbles of his rage for justice. While the Giant King's fallen comrades returned to their natural cycle of rebirth, being born again as trees, the Giant Lord lay beneath the land while the immensity of his soul persevered. By the time we meet the present Giant Lord, he has been reduced to a form that resembles Vendrick. Physically hollowed, he is at the cusp of death and rebirth. However, the Last Giant had such an unwavering soul, even by the time we meet him in the original timeline, he is still left standing. Having persisted blatant torture and imprisonment, if we, just like with Vendrick, are to measure him at the moment we meet him, he is a shallow experience when compared to what is spoken of for his former royal self. While this echoes the state we meet Vendrick, we know the Last Giant, unlike Vendrick, fought to the bitter end with his soul intact, whereas the Vendrick we meet is rendered completely soulless, fearing his inability to wave off Nashandra's influence. This is precisely why the Last Giant ranks higher than Vendrick. The Flexar Sentry is described to us as a merciless creature whose purpose is to punish the undead. It's difficult to place the Flexar Sentries in one timeline, but we do know they were commissioned far before we arrive in Drangleic, as we can face them in various kingdoms from Drangleic all the way to Eleum Lois, suggesting their presence existed throughout a variety of timelines and kingdoms. This helps us understand the influence the Sentries were able to draw through the ages, and regardless of the mystery as to which civilization first commissioned them, their persistence and consistent use through various powerful kingdoms helps us understand how unavoidably useful they were in terms of strength. Most kingdoms would duty the beings to act as sentries to keep an eye on prisoners. We learn the reason they were so useful may lay in their distinct physicality, combining various limbs that hold distinctly torturous weapons such as that of the warped sword, arced sword, and barbed club. The confidence many of these civilizations had in the Flexar Sentries and how they are often stationed alone adds this extra air of authority to their presence too. Their dynamic use of weapons even explain why during the desperate times of the Undead Curse, they were deployed as primary means of curtailing its rising influence. Even for the cryptic nature of the Soul series, the Champion Gravetender's origins and purpose are particularly elusive. At face value from the description of the Valahar and Champion Bones, the Gravetender and Great Wolf are beings that celebrated the art of undead championships, that celebrated combat and subsequently maintained themselves from going hollow by holding on to this purpose. Interestingly, this boss is one of a few bosses in the entire series that doesn't have a unique soul associated with their defeat, which in itself indicates a lack of relevance to both the story and the nature of their strength relative to the wider world, putting them on a back foot immediately. But there is one glaring redeeming factor, this being the fact that they are told to be the members of a coven of fighters that fought until they were unable to fight anymore, and the fact that they are still standing alone and left with the task of looking over the dead champions adds further credit to their triumph relative to their peers that would engage in the same ceremony. It's clear too, aesthetically they pay homage to Artorias and Sif, but in reality they pale in comparison on all fronts. Their lack of soul exemplifies this, and the description of the Valahar tells us the champions were without rest, and at the point we meet them, lost of mind. Wolnir is a difficult entry as the version we meet in the game is vastly different to who Wolnir once was in the history of Dark Souls. We are told High Lord Wolnir was once the great conqueror of a majority of the world's kingdoms, bringing to their knees the ruling lords and unifying their kingdoms as one high ruler under his tutelage. In this, we learn inherent to Wolnir was the longing for control and domination, but soon he would face a force that rarely gave in to submission, this of course being the power of the Abyss and the Dark. We're told Wolnir after his conquest would find the Abyss and within this bottomless pit of dark would attempt to take control of it by manifesting an art of dark spellcasting which represented itself as a malformed version of pyromancy. Wolnir's control of the dark would eventually backfire and he would find himself stuck between the land of the living and the fog of the Abyss. As he lay in the depths of the Abyss, he found himself much like beings before him, becoming encapsulated by the Abyss and his humanity beginning to run wild, ready to be consumed by the birthplace of the Dark Soul itself. However, in a desperate plea, he would call to the gods to save him, stripping the corpses of clerics he would find in the Abyss and using them to cling to the faith of sunlight to dialectically oppose the Abyss slowly consuming his body. Wolnir in this moment is nothing more than a torso, gripping onto the world in a plea to continue living. His holy sword indicates the only aspect of power keeping Wolnir alive are his holy armbands, and in this, defeating Wolnir requires only the ability to destroy these armbands as he desperately utilizes the little movement in his arms and his holy sword, alongside a small array of spells he is still able to cast in an effort to fend you off. In reality, the greatest threat to Wolnir's fight is the Abyss that is actively consuming him, something that won't be attributed to Wolnir as he is just as much a victim to it as we can be. However, he ranks above the earlier entries as he does still wield a holy sword, indicated to carry the strength of the power he used to keep him from being consumed entirely, and despite only swinging it in desperation, does give him the slight edge. Rolling back to Dark Souls 1, we have our first demon entry. I want to note that demons from the primordial age of Dark Souls 1 are far stronger than those that show up later in the timeline. We get direct context from all Souls games that the power of a demon is tied intimately with the power of the Bed of Chaos and the existence of Izalith herself, a lord that is still alive in Dark Souls 1. However, we learn the Taurus demon was not the sort that was directly powered by the flames of Izalith's mutation, and rather it was a physical mutation caused by Izalith's initial transformation into the Bed of Chaos. The demon Great Axe refers to the Taurus demon as a lesser demon of the Chaos Flame for this reason. As it's absent of any specific imbued power, they are likely the lesser beings of war that fought on the grounds on behalf of the Bed of Chaos. Regardless, they are a warrior class of beings that have enough strength to utilize their bullish characteristics and the ability to swing a weapon made from their affinity to what is likely one of the most powerful and disruptive Lord Souls in the entire game, something that echoes throughout the trilogy. As the Taurus demon comes from the first game, we have to assume his life force was far more prominent due to the timeline and relation to the active Bed of Chaos, rather than just its remnants, and thus the Taurus demon ranks here on the list. Carrying on the same ethos from the previous entry, the Capra demons, similar to the Taurus demons, are born from the Bed of Chaos. The demon's great machete tells us they were, much like the Taurus demon, not imbued with the direct form of magic related to the Bed of Chaos. However, their prowess in swinging around the blade so effortlessly lend them the same credit the Taurus demons have. But unlike the Taurus demon, the Capra demon has a larger sphere of influence as it's able to command smaller beings such as wild dogs, as shown in the lower undead burg. While they don't boast the size of the Taurus demon, they compensate for this with a much slimmer design and the intelligence to commandeer other beings into tactical warfare. This gives the Capra demons the edge, but ultimately, in the grand scheme of demons from the days of the Bed of Chaos, both the Capra demon and Taurus demon suffer from the mundanity of their inability to utilize the Chaos Flame from which they were born. According to their respective item descriptions, the Rune Sentinels are likely reanimated souls encased in plates of armor and dutied with watching over the undead prisoners of the Lost Bastille. In this, they weren't far too different to the Flexile sentries in duty alone. Ruin Sentinels in the game are a common archetype of soldiers, but what makes the Ruin Sentinels boss encounter in particular unique is that they host distinct names, known to us as Yahim, Alessia, and Reese. It's likely these specific Sentinels were either strong or influential enough to draw their own influence amongst the other Sentinels. Based on the description of their origins, it's very likely they specifically bore the souls of greater than average beings, and this is why the Ruin Sentinels specific to the boss battle carry unique movesets to the other more common Sentinels we can find in Drangleic. Adorned with brass armory, they are tall and agile, utilising fast movement and, specific to the bosses we meet in the Lost Bastille, unique uses of their shield too. The Lost Bastille would become home to many kingdoms' primary efforts in suppressing the undead curse. Unlike the smaller jobs related to the Flexile sentries, the Bastille would hold incredibly powerful hollows within its walls, and thus it's no surprise only the most distinct sentinels were placed here to hold down these prisoners. Not to be mistaken for the Bell Gargoyles later in the list, the Belfry Gargoyles, while related to the original Bell Gargoyles, do not host within them the power of the gods from the true Age of Gods related to the first game. However, they do share aesthetic and duty-based similarities. We learn from the Gargoyle Bident that their design and weaponry were made to imitate the lost stories of the original Bell Gargoyles, which were created by Gwyn himself, but these much more paltry imitations were created by the nation of Ven. The kingdoms of Ven and Alkan are said to descend from a single tribe that split after the collapse of the unifying bureaucracy. Though we're given a few unique traits, their environment stands in contrast to each other. Alkan lies in the bright, fiery region of the Iron Keep, Belfry Sol, while Ven occupies the cold, dark area near the Lost Bastille, Belfry Luna. The names Sol and Luna reflect this sun and moon dichotomy. This duality fueled tensions, but also a secret romance between royals from both nations. Their bond led to the construction of twin bell towers, used for communication and clandestine meetings. A covenant called the Bellkeepers would later emerge to maintain these towers. In Ven, the prince commissioned stone Belfry gargoyles to defend Belfry Luna, inspired by the legends of Lordran. Though lacking the divine lightning of Gwyn, these gargoyles could project fire. We also know the Belfry Gargoyles were made up entirely of stone, which is relevant as the Bell Gargoyles from the first game are clearly also related to the demons of Izalith and were likely spoils of war for Gwyn after his successful battle against Izalith, similar to the Winged Demon, Sanctuary Guardian, and even a Silent Demon were. The Gargoyle Bident consistently refers to the Belfry Gargoyles as imitations from fragments of stories about Lordran, and as we travel to both eras, we know these imitations paled in comparison to the real thing, but nevertheless stand independently powerful enough to rank here on the list. As we learn from Vendrick's story and the construction of Drangleic, Vendrick prided most the simple strength of his soldiers. It's in this that many knights would rise to distinction based on their strength alone. We know of Elstat, Rame, and even the Looking Class Knight as great examples of this, but many other knights would also find recognition to a lesser degree, such as that of the Pursuers, Stone and Cyan soldiers, and Royal Guards. But between the common and the namely distinct lies the elite warriors of Vendrick known as the Dragon Riders. The Dragon Riders would begin their lives as common royal guards to Vendrick, eventually finding commendation from Vendrick by demonstrating what the Dragon Rider bow describes as inhuman strength, and the ability to use this strength to ride wyverns. However, by the time we enter the picture, these former Dragon Riders would become dragonless and dismounted, guarding key locations in Drangleic in the absence of their ruler. Still wielding weapons fashioned for utility upon drakes, they are equipped with large halberds, twin blades, and even bows. On the merit that these knights are namely elite even amongst the rank of Vendrick's other knights, we can assume they hold more strength than other beings that lack such descriptions, such as that of the Ruined Sentinels, and may even trump the infamous highly specialised pursuers during the time in which they were still able to make use of wyverns. However, the dragon riders we meet are ironically dragonless, and it's on this merit that we can assume their position is greatly hindered, becoming nothing more than an inhumanly strong knight distinctly standing out amongst other more common knights. The Ceaseless Discharge is the malformed only son of the Witch of Izalith. While on this property alone he is supposed to be much more powerful, we do know his mutation was almost as equally as bad as the Fair Lady, rendering him in eternal pain and barely able to move, let alone fight, and always in a consistent mode of visible agony. Referred to by Eingi as the Molten Giant, the Ceaseless Discharge settles in the top layer of the demon ruins and vigilantly watches over the corpse of one of his sister's supposed bodies. If provoked, he can swing his tendrils of fire to lash out at anyone who attempts to disrupt his sister's resting place. And while it's clear the giant is holding on by a few threads, something made even more apparent as he has a unique mechanic where he is rendered still and ready to fall at a moment's notice if we walk away in time. His immense size and affiliation to the Bed of Chaos does add a degree of power, giving him the slight edge over more similar beings such as Wolnir, the lesser demons, and other knights that relied heavily on their strength. Despite its name in the game, the Guardian Dragon is a Drake. The Drakewing Ultra Greatsword tells us Drakes are likely descendants of the ancient dragons, and although their strength pales in comparison to what is described in legend, to mere humans they are still mighty beasts, giving us the best insight into how powerful these beasts actually were. The Guardian Dragon in particular seems great even amongst the lesser drakes from the first game, having the ability to breathe fire, a greater size akin to a closer descendant of the Everlasting Dragons, and also able to fly. All beings with any ancestral lineage to the Everlasting Dragons are considered mythical all the way to the end of the series. We even know Aldir sought inspiration from these dragons as a means to suppress the confines of the Dark Sign itself. The Guardian Dragon, while not an ancient dragon, still carries their hallmark of power, a power described by the ancient Dragonslayer Goth as powerful enough to take on 70 of Gwyn's own famed knights from the Age of Ancients. At the end of Dark Souls 2, we learn the Burnt Ivory King in his final moments sacrificed himself to inherit a permanent stalemate against the remnants of the Bed of Chaos, which is precisely why we don't find any demons from Izalith in the second installment of the series. By the time Dark Souls 3 has begun, his joint efforts in subduing the Bed of Chaos beside Elsana had absolutely devastated all of which remained of the Bed of Chaos, with only a few disjointed small communities of demons still alive. When it comes to the nature of the Demon King, there is very little to say, and in reality does not matter too much to this video or even the narrative his existence is attempting to convey, as the Demon King at this point in the timeline is described by his soul as a shriveled old Demon King, now like a clump of burnt ash, but he is the last living witness of the chaos of Izalith. In this, we learn the Demon King existed at the same time as the Witch of Izalith and shared a home with all the other primordial demons we discuss relative to Dark Souls 1. While it would be great if we could have witnessed the old Demon King in the first game, we never get to meet him in this capacity, thus we will never know what hierarchy he held during this period. We know his position as king amongst demons is not just a moniker, as he does in fact hold a unique aspect of power tied to Izalith's fire still within him. Surrounded by the corpses of his primal brethren, such as that of the Old Taurus Demon and Capra Demon, it shows us that he has outlasted them, testament to his power and determination. Thankfully for the player, when we face him, he has little to show for his former self, existing as a reflection of the Bed of Chaos's current position in the world. The battle with him is likely to be symbolic of Izalith's stubbornness to persevere. In this, he is able to utilize firestorms and a distinctly primal version of Izalith's waning power in his Warhammer. One of the major aspects of the Bell Gargoyles lore that I missed in the first video is related to their origins. Unlike the gargoyles of later iterations, the Bell Gargoyles are not entirely inorganic. Their design clearly is a hybridization of both organic and inorganic features. If we contextualize their aesthetics and specifically the ability to control fire, it's clear the Bell Gargoyles were once again another great spoil of war from Gwyn's war against Izalith, as their bodies host Izalith adjacent traits and thus harbour the credit assumed for all first generation demons in Dark Souls 1. We learn the gargoyles were born from the gods, dutied as a defense mechanism against anyone who sought entry into Anor Londo. We're told they were handcrafted by the gods, and it's likely their strength surpassed many of the lower ranking demons and even many of Gwyn's more premier knights too. Miyazaki, during the Designworks interview, placed the gargoyles at a similar level to Gwyn's Silver Knights, the common guards that stood beside Gwyn during the pivotal moments of the Great War of Ancients. Dark Souls 2 offers very little in the way of knowing the origins of the Demon of Song. However, we can learn from both items and dialogue that the demon was born non-malicious and would only later go on to gain a taste for human flesh. Likely born native to the Shrine of Amarna, the priestesses of Amarna would seal the demon away with a dampening power, but unfortunately the priestesses had little in the way of heirs to inherit this constant duty, and as they passed away, the demon would outlast them and eventually find freedom. The demon relies on luring tactics to take advantage of lost prey, and as the demon grew in size and hunger, it would begin to mimic the songs of the Milfinito in an attempt to lure victims more proactively. The Milfinito by this point had become hollow and their songstresses turned voiceless, which gave the demon perfect ground to imitate them without rousing suspicion. Taking residence at the home of the Milfinito, the Demon of Song would sing their soothing melodies to bring victims in, and by the time we meet it, we are in the same predicament as many of the victims that came before us. It's difficult to rank the Demon of Song on direct attribution to its power, but we can gain an understanding through its power in relation to its vicinity. The residents of Amarna clearly knew of the threat of the demon, and instead of killing it, it had to find another means of forcing it from causing further harm by pacifying it with their powers. Even by the time we meet it, it remains unchallenged by both the Milfinito and the Finito, but also the priestesses and even the Archdrake Knights found around it, indicating it bore enough strength to wave off repercussions from a variety of formidable forces. However, it is worth noting the Milfinito themselves did not see the songs of the demon as an entirely bad thing, as it was in a convoluted way a continuation of a melody they themselves conceived. The only means of equating its strength is on the basis that it has lasted so long without being killed by the surrounding opposing forces, and item descriptions relating its pool of victims as large enough that this unique single being would be infamous for this. We know the demon can make use of some quite unique projectiles and means of fighting unseen in the game, and thus it likely may rank higher based on this, but as we don't get any other clues on the extent of its mysterious power, it ranks here on the list. The Skeleton Lords, as they are known in the main game, began their stories far from being lords at all. In fact, they were members of the old Iron King's hunters, tasked with capturing, torturing, and disposing of the Hollows, emerging as a threat to the kingdom. However, in a cruel twist of irony, these particular band of hunters began to resemble their captives, eventually turning hollow themselves. The Skeleton Lord soul tells us they became overcome by the very curse they sought to oppress, eventually becoming rulers of their previously captive undead in the Huntsman Copse. The majority of the strength related to the Skeleton Lords were in their ability to unleash the power of the undead beings on command, armed themselves with sets of weaponry made of the bones of their captives, and an ability to command pyromancy too. We know the Huntsman Copse has one single boss in the area, and the lords of the region are likely in sole command of this major portion of Drang Lake. This is further made evident as they can uniquely call upon the thousands of undead hollows to rise and fight to defend their domain. We know Vendrick and thus Drangleic succeeded the Iron King's rule, and as we know the Huntsman Copse is a remnant of the old Iron Kingdom, it's likely the Skeleton Lords maintained autonomy even during Vendrick's reign, suggesting their tutelage was powerful enough to avert even Vendrick's eye, as he may have seen a conflict with the region as far too unfruitful to even contest, allowing them their pocket of influence and likely attributable to the power the Skeleton Lords held in the region. While the Skeleton Lord and thus the forces of the Huntsman Copse are in no way greater than Vendrick's forces, and Vendrick likely saw no use in holding the desolate landscape of the Huntsman Copse under his authority, it does show the Lords to be a powerful enough institution that they were able to outlive the old Iron King, testament to their joint efforts. Half-Light was once a missionary sent to the Ring City. We aren't told the nature of the mission, but we do know it was likely akin to a spiritual retreat as it held within its walls Filianor's resting place. We learned the entirety of Half-Light's company would eventually choose to leave, but Half-Light, likely in awe of the Ring City, elected himself to stay behind and act as a guard for Filianor, in service to the justiciars that were charged with her defense. From this, we learn of a few notations on Half-Light's strength. Firstly, the gods allowed Half-Light to remain in the Ring City. The Ring City itself was incredibly secretive and guarded most intensely in the post-Gwyn era from the hands of many meddling forces that sought to overthrow the Age of Fire. Half-Light, by being granted this opportunity, meant the gods themselves may have been incredibly trusting of him as an agent of fire, but it may also mean his spirituality was so far aligned with the theology of the Age of Fire, he was entrusted this position due to the trust they had in him, in remaining steadfast in his allegiance, avoiding any internal mutinies. We also learn Half-Light has an extensive knowledge on sorcery, as we learn he was a sorcerer by origin from his robes. Uniquely too, his sorcery would also be able to command a very unique aspect of sorcery that would manifest as forms of light. This creation of new sorceries is something that has historically underpinned some of the greatest beings in Dark Souls, from Seath, Logan, and even Sullivan. So in this breath, we can assume a further notation on the degree of power Half-Light commands at the point we meet him. However, much like the champion Gravetender, Half-Light does not drop a soul of distinction on defeat, dulling his position in the narrative of the game altogether. We also know he doesn't appear as a major portion of the Ring City's narrative either, with nothing mentioning any notable achievement in relation to his life. It's made clear too that his position was not as unique as it may seem to us, as we are told he wasn't the only defender of the church, rather just the final defender left within the Ring City during this period. In this, if we weigh the strengths and weaknesses and then hold some level of conservatism due to a few educated assumptions we have to make on his story, Half-Light ranks here on the list, despite being one of the final bosses in the entire game. All pursuers in the game are told to come from a region in Alkan. Originally, they were proficient warriors able to wield weapons said to be only usable by the most talented swordsmen. Born as ordinary humans, they would become warriors of great acclaim in their homeland, only to fall victim to the curse of hollowing as it enveloped this area. However, unlike the regular people of this land, they believed in their individual strength and ability to fight back against the hollowing by taking up arms against the very concept of hollowing by enrolling in the profession of pursuers, knights that would seek the bearers of the sign and will not rest until they were slain, as per their item description. The pursuers believed they could repent for their own impending curse by slaying other hollows, holding faith that the sins that supposedly caused the curse would be lifted by these actions, and thus they dedicated themselves in pursuing other curse bearers. The irony, of course, was the fact that they too were hollowing, which is further evident from their own use of hexes, a distinct calling card of a being that has had their humanity, and thus their dark soul, run wild. Hexes in Dark Souls 2 draw their inspiration from the events of Ulasil succumbing to the power of Manus. We learn Galea, a scholar relevant to Dark Souls 2, would reintroduce the world to hexes by passing over the knowledge of dark sorceries from Ulasil to the region relative to Drang Lake. We know hexes and thus the exertions of this power are not to be underestimated, as they would enrich great figures such as Felkin and even Grendel to great strength. The pursuers may have become an unintentional catalyst for this power due to their proximity to how many hollows they would have slain, something described as potentially the most prolific amongst other contemporary factions that sought the wholesale slaughter of hollows. This would allow them to become a vessel for this power, and when you equate their swordplay described as a true mastery, even within a continent that knew swords all too well, places them far above other fighters in the Dark Souls series. Rolling back to Dark Souls 1, we have the actual first boss of the entire series. The Asylum Demon acts as the rite of passage for any chosen undead brazen enough to seek to fulfill Gwyn's prophecy. We learn it was just like the original Capra and Taurus demons from the Bed of Chaos and recruited by Gwyn as a spoil of war during the battle against Izalith. What makes the Asylum Demon so distinctly powerful is twofold. Firstly, we know it shares the biology of the greater demons within Izalith itself, posing as one of the largest of any demons we have thus mentioned. It also matches its size with a strength that should not be underestimated, something most symbolized by its use of an incredibly subtle legendary armament known as the Demon's Great Hammer. It's described to us as a weapon that was made of the literal bark of the stone arch trees. We know these arch trees had similar traits to the impenetrable skin of the everlasting dragons, and thus their heft too. It's likely these weapons were crafted by none other than Gwyn's personal blacksmiths, as they are told to be the only ones able to make use of such materials, such as titanite slabs of a similar description. The Asylum Demon is able to make full use of this special weapon, and it's unsurprising why Gwyn would assign such a being to look over the undead asylum. From the beginning of the game, the Asylum Demon demonstrates its monstrous power by killing the first NPC we come into contact with. This of course being Oscar of Astora, a famed knight of elite Astorian heritage. We know he may not be the demon's only victim, as the entire asylum shows signs of undead who sought to challenge the demon only to be slammed to a pulp too. Following immediately on from the Asylum Demon, the Stray Demon is a bit more complex to rank than the Asylum Demon due to its proximity to the Fire Sage Demon, a being linked more intimately with Izalith and the Bed of Chaos. However, unlike the Fire Sage Demon, the Stray Demon doesn't utilize the ancient and forgotten sorceries of the Witch of Izalith, known as Fire Sorcery, which is distinct to Pyromancy, a distinction we'll make more clear in the Fire Sage's respective entry. However, the Stray Demon does boast another form of sorcery projected through a catalyst, giving it all the power-related benefits of the Asylum Demon, but with a magical edge. From its soul's description, we learn the Sanctuary Guardian is likened to a demon more than a wild beast. Thus, the Sanctuary Guardian, not unlike the other demons of the game found far away from the Bed of Chaos, may have been a spoil of war from Gwyn's war against Izalith and reappropriated to act in allegiance to the Age of Fire. We find that this reappropriation of this chimeric demon in question was related to Gwyn's initial attempts at subduing the Abyss at the wake of Manus in Ulasil. We already know Gwyn had sent various missionaries to subdue said Abyss, and the Sanctuary Guardian may have been a member of this campaign. We can further see Gwyn's direct influence on the Sanctuary Guardian through its proficiency in lightning, but unlike the Bell Gargoyles, it's clear the Sanctuary Guardian was enriched far greater by Gwyn's power, as it's able to utilize its lightning proficiency to a far greater degree. Gwyn likely knew the troubles in Ulasil were related to the emergence of the furtive pygmy in Manus. As we know from the events of Dark Souls 3, the furtive pygmy, and thus the pygmy lords, were some of the most crucial allies in overthrowing the everlasting dragons, and in this Gwyn may have become well acquainted with the nature of its power. We also know Gwyn was aware his actions to mislead the furtive pygmy's children into accepting the dark sign would incur a violent reaction from the furtive pygmy if he was made aware, and as we learn, Karth would indeed make him aware in Ulasil. The land of Ulasil was once a township firmly under the control of Gwyn, looking towards the Age of Fire in reverence, with traditions firmly adhered to the nature of the gods of this age, and it is very likely the Sanctuary Guardian was sent here to preserve this influence as the Abyss drew closer, but to also assist other missionaries, such as that of Artorias, in subduing the Abyss too. Gwyn, knowing the power of the furtive pygmy, knew it would be the utmost necessity to subdue the Abyss only with the greatest representations of his own power, sending one of his greatest personal warriors in Artorias, and even one of his greatest dragon slayers, Goth, to impose his presence. Similarly, the Sanctuary Guardian, filled with the power of his very own lightning, would be an extension of Gwyn too, but we do know the Sanctuary Guardian was not distinct in nature, and there are a variety of similar beasts that he sent into the region, suggesting they were not to be compared to the power of Artorias or Goth, rather more akin to companions to aid their efforts and defend the township preemptively. In Dark Souls 3, we learn of deacons that had a special task looking over a site known as the Deep. Unstable as it was mysterious, the Anor Londo authority made sure to place a collective of priests to oversee the Deep due to its unstable nature and its characteristic ties to humanity at the heart of the Dark Soul natural to all humans, fearing its corrupting abilities. The Church of the Deep would efficiently watch over the Deep and appease many of the abhorrent beings that would spill over. However, amongst their ranks were a few notable figures such as that of the 3 archdeacons and the head deacon Aldrich. Due to the nature of the deacons being human, with time they would slowly become affected by the elements of the Deep, and eventually St. Aldrich would even develop a hunger for human flesh. However, it wasn't only Aldrich that felt this corruption, as the archdeacons would follow suit and uncover a philosophy that would change the world forever. While Aldrich would become a tool used by Anor Londo, the archdeacons would develop their understanding of the Deep, and once Aldrich was eventually coerced into taking the mantle of the Lord of Cinder after becoming a raging mass of power due to his consumption of human flesh and thus humanity, the archdeacons, notably MacDonald, working alongside the rising influence of Sullivan, would develop the philosophy of the Deep, a collection of ideas that saw a new future for the world, a future that was antithetical to the very reigning order of the world. As Sullivan consolidated the power of the gods, the archdeacons would formally announce their separation from the Way of the White and reimagine the Church of the Deep not as overseers of the Deep, but as missionaries for its influence. Archdeacon MacDonald having personally developed an affinity for the soul dregs that filled the pits of the chasm. Eventually he would use this to teach his congregation of deep sorcery, an extension of their heresy and proxy of power to rebel against the Age of Fire. Upon the eve of Aldrich's rebirth at the tolling of the bells, he too would return to the Deep and be emboldened by MacDonald's teachings and commit himself to materializing the Age of the Deep, with a newfound hatred for the Firelink King cycle. While MacDonald would retire himself deep below Irithyll, his colleague Royce would assume the role as an overseer for Aldrich's coffin, which was now a holy site that bare a close affinity to the Deep itself. And it's in this state we meet the boss, the Deacons of the Deep, a congregation of the now transformed ministers of the old Way of the White Church. It's important not to underplay the power of the Deep and where we meet them, as we know the Deep, and subsequently the sorcery of the Deep, is an incredibly powerful and mutating force, and the Deacon's ability to command it was unmatched, especially as a congregation. We know the forces of the deep were also essential in Sullivan's ultimate goal of usurping the Age of Fire and creating a new age entirely, and we get a snippet of this alternate reality even during the boss battle with the Deacons, as they can conjure upon a storm of dregs by raising their candlesticks, outlining their control over this power linked so intimately with the Dark Soul itself in a place with a close proximity to the very source of its power. However, in the end, the Deacons are still frail clerics, and while they mitigate immediate death by carrying themselves as a congregation, it does bring the level of their threat down significantly and ultimately ranks them here on the list. Many item descriptions and thematic elements such as Nazca's ability to use the spells of Big Cat Logan indicate she has some tie to the source of power related to sorcery itself, as she isn't told to come from a sorceress academy. We learn from Manscorpion Tark that she may actually be a direct creation of Seed the Scaleless, as he tells us that they were both born a long time ago, and upon the defeat of Duke's dear Freya, who subsequently drops the Pale Drake Soul, he thanks us for defeating their master, drawing this relation much closer. It's thus not surprising that this being born or mutated by Seed the Scaleless can use many of the spells once associated with Logan, such as that of the Homing Soul Mass and Soul Spear. We learn it would be the conception of these two spells that would lay the foundation of Big Hat Logan's prestigious position in the Vinheim Dragon School. The spells themselves literally refer to being comparative to Gwyn's very lightning. Thus, when we combine her direct descendants from Seeth's Pale Drake Soul and her use of these spells only ever seen properly again in the final installment through the famous Crystal Sages, Nazca is elevated far higher than her boss fight would originally assume. She is, however, let down by the fact that there is no true indication as to what her strength could be compared to, and the sole context she only drew stalemates with Manscorpion Tark, who is, in truth, not immensely remarkable in strength when compared to the upcoming entries. For this reason, she ranks here on the list. We learn Lud and Zullen are two of the Ivory King's 7 pets. They are tasked with watching over the frigid outskirts, offering death to those exiled to its barren conditions. Much weaker than their sibling Ava, they would become encapsulated by the dark of Ulsana and begin inhabiting the wild humanity natural to her form, which accounts for their unique dark aesthetic. Unlike Ava, their distinction is less amenable to their overall strength, displaying much of the skill that Ava has, dampened by the fact that they were given less important roles as described in their souls. As the video progresses, I'll have a better chance at describing Ava's strength as one that paralleled the roles of Velstart and Raim. Lud and Zullen's relation to Ava is intrinsic to how they rank this high, and thus the primary justification will require qualification from Ava's entry further down the line. We know Lud and Zullen harbour similar strengths to Ava, from nimbleness to the ability to cast sorceries too, on top of their unique dynamism as a boss encounter. The reason they rank much lower is related to their souls and the items they can be turned into, suggesting they shared rank with the Lois Knights rather than Ava herself. Once again, the context for this entry will require Ava's own entry coming up later on the list. As one of the most speculative entries on the list, the Fabled Gank Trio are the only entry on this entire list that have absolutely no item descriptions or written narrative context explaining their origin, source of power, or influence in the world. The only context we are given is that they are made up of a grave robber, ancient soldier, old explorer, and that we meet them in a hollowed state in the Sunken Kingdom. While this makes assessing their strength virtually impossible, we can draw clues from the armor that they do wear. The extreme distinctiveness of their armor suggests the trio are well-travelled adventurers that had acquired an impressive array of armaments, which include Havel's set, his weapon the Dragon Tooth, and even a Dragon Hunter bow. Though their story is lost to time, it's likely they were a band of adventurers that saw some impressive victories based on what we can see from their armory, and it's a shame that their stories are nowhere to be found, as the group seems like they've really lived through the universe, met some great scenes, but as is the story for all undead, were left in a meaningless end, but somehow new to stick together, likely bound by the hardened memories these folk have accumulated together, still alive in the deepest parts of their hollowed minds. The fact that they're able to wield the armaments that they do have demonstrates a great degree of skill, and in truth, this is all we have. And for me, this is enough to put them this high on the list, as I'm hopeful this ragtag group of individuals could tell us great stories of their adventures over a bonfire in a world where they retained their sanity. The Executioner Chariot was a tool used by the Iron King commissioned to pulverize the undead endlessly, often accompanied by necromancers to resurrect the undead to ensure they would endlessly suffer. We learn from the Chariot Soul that the only purpose for the Executioner Chariot was to torture the undead. However, what's important to note here is that we don't meet the chariot out in the world, rather we meet it in its own arena, a circular hall perfectly aligned with its method of torture. In this, we have to face this challenge from the perspective of the undead that have found themselves trapped in this cyclical nightmare. We're told the devastation caused by the Iron King's campaign against the undead curse was second to none when it came to the sheer violence and devastation of it, and while we can meet different aspects of the Iron King's campaign throughout the game, the chariot remains the absolute zenith of the violence incurred to the undead that would make the Iron King's campaign as infamous as he has come to be known. Thus, when we face the Executioner Chariot exactly where he wants us, we face the most brutal aspect of the most brutal campaign led by the Iron King. We're told many in the same situation attempted to rebel against their fate, and for those who would come close, they would find out quickly the chariot handler was an elite legionnaire armed with a crossbow. By the time we're trapped in this hall, we find out quickly that just like the Skeleton Lords, the sheer amount of undead killed and tortured by the chariot has enriched the chariot steeds themselves with a deep darkness, likely due to the sheer humanity brutalized by the chariot, which has ultimately enriched it further, where it can literally expel the darkness back at us in the event we are able to attack it. It's a combination of all of these aspects that make this encounter one of the most brutal in the game, and thus ranking here on the list. Gilligan gives us the exposition that Mitha used to be a queen of the land that sat within the Earthen Peak and would find herself in love with a king of a neighbouring land, a love that would be unrequited. This rejection would come to a head when the neighbouring royal would wed another. It's in this moment that Mitha would be plagued by anguish and jealousy, and in a convoluted effort to reconcile this, would attempt to win the king over by highlighting what she knew was her most distinguishing characteristic, her beauty. This would push Mitha to an obsession with youth and beauty, enough so she would frequently ingest poison to preserve her form, a fruitless endeavour that would eventually turn the queen into a living serpent. The origins of the poison are hard to find, but the descriptions of her bent blade tells us the nature of this poison may have always existed within the Earthen Peak, a landscape that had already become a mining colony familiar with environmental abuse. Notations on her strength come in two forms. The first is the fact that she is one of a few bosses able to make use of poison, and when this is compounded by the fact that we face her in her own poisonous terrain, makes the threat far more dynamic. Secondly, she is of recognizable strength, maintaining dominance of the Earthen Peak. We know she alone holds a monopoly of power in the region. Her reign would become so authoritarian that she defiled subjects and forcefully turned them into mannequin assassins to exert further influence. We learned from Cloanne that the Earthen Peak would be a home to a variety of precious minerals related to the overall Drangleic economy, and it's clear even during Drangleic's hegemony in the region, the Earthen Peak remained under the authority of Mitha alone, and unlike the Skeleton Lord's authority over the uncontested Huntsman Copse, the Earthen Peak held vastly greater riches that Drangleic would have more incentive to capture. It's no surprise the Earthen Peak would become littered with the tortured and dying, as it held vast resources sought after by many, which also explains why Mitha felt the necessity to have assassins under her control so that she could ward away intruders too. As a powerful authoritarian ruler and an aspect of poison itself, Mitha ranks as one of the few great rulers of Dark Souls 2 still alive and in control of her domain in a landscape scattered in chaos after Vendrick's exile, ranking here on the list. The Royal Rat Authority is the primary offensive arm of the Rat Kingdom. To understand the strength of this being, we have to thus look at what the Rat Kingdom was. Founded by the Rat King used to be known as the ancient ruler of the underworld, having grown so far in influence that his hegemony was akin to Drangleic's position in the overworld. While initially the underworld and overworld had agreed upon peaceful coexistence, the greed of men would go against this accord and a great invasion would take place in the underworld, perpetuated by a certain overworld chieftain. While the extent of success the overworld had is not mentioned in its entirety, we know the Rat King and his servants were able to repel the threat and maintain control of the underworld since that point. We know during this point many beings such as Germs, Mastodons, rats and even humans would come to aid the underworld. There is little clarity on the extent to which forces were most beneficial, but we can say for certain the Royal Rat Authority has a large hand in its preservation. Just by the naming convention of the Royal Rat Authority and the context that the Rat King himself was an extremely frail being, suggests the reason the Rat King was able to build and maintain hegemony of the entirety of the underworld is relative solely to the power he exerted in proxy through the Royal Rat Authority, authority conducive to his monopoly of power itself. It's thus in this framing that the Royal Rat Authority would be responsible for not only offering the forces required to unify the underworld to begin with, but also coordinate its defences too. In many ways, the Royal Rat Authority is not just what Velstadt was for Vendrick, but was also what Vendrick was for Vendrick, the powerhouse needed to exert influence through strength. Enough so, even the factions that would ally themselves to the Rat King would submit to the authority of the Royal Rat Authority. However, it is brought down due to a lack of notation on the power of the rats as a race, and the gapped nature related to how the underworld was governed and what strength was required to unify it for the Rat King. Just as I mentioned in the Dark Souls 3 original list, the Ancient Wyvern remains an incredibly difficult one to rank because of its speculative nature. The Dragon Headstone and Ancient Dragon Greatshield tells us the Ancient Wyvern is either an ascended dragon worshipper or a descendant of the everlasting dragons that fell closer to its lineage than many of the other descendants. But this is where the speculation starts, so let's get the basics out of the way. The Ancient Wyvern demonstrates a great degree of strength just from its appearance. It's able to breathe fire, it's absolutely enormous in size, scalable even to the Ancient Dragon in Dark Souls 2. The next bit of speculation is to draw parallels between what we know and how closely they fall in line with other notable descendants of everlasting dragons that even in my very own lists draw grand merit on the basis of their proximity to the everlasting dragons, as everlasting dragons were for the most part one of the greatest forces in the entire trilogy. In my own estimations, resulting from the Ancient Dragon's attributes as shown to us, it's obvious the Ancient Wyvern, though lesser than dragon in name, holds many of the characteristics we can expect from the greatest descendants of the original everlasting dragons. Its dominance over the terrain of the Dragon's Peak makes this even clearer. However, it's not all praise, as unlike every other descendant of the everlasting dragons I'll be ranking much higher, the Ancient Wyvern does not have a single indication in the lore that it is a being of any distinction at all. There are no indications it was even related to the everlasting dragons, no words on its achievements or influence either, unlike say Calamite or even the gaping dragon. It's for these reasons the ancient wyvern ranks as low as it does, despite its appearance as an adjacent being to the true everlasting dragons. While we know aspects of Dark Souls 1, specifically the ineffable Lord Souls, would find resurgence throughout the timeline, manifesting into new beings altogether, we learn the Lord Souls weren't the only aspects of great strength able to manifest in a future timeline. Within Hyde's Tower of Flame, we can meet a being that shares a striking resemblance to Ornstein himself. However, it's unlikely this is Ornstein himself, as in Dark Souls 3 we can actually track Ornstein's journey to the Archdragon Peak, where his armour is left near the Nameless King, still bearing its golden hue. This is important as in Dark Souls 2, the old Dragon Slayer, while adorning what seems to be Ornstein's armour, does not have a golden hue, rather it has a darkish tarnished aesthetic, suggesting the two are not the same, and rather the old Dragon Slayer was instead a careful imitation. While the old Dragon Slayer drops a soul that looks like Ornstein's, the soul itself describes it as reminiscent of a certain knight that appears in old legend, the key word of course being reminiscent. This suggests the old Dragon Slayer was a knight that had manifested much of his own strength from the tales of Ornstein. We know in Dark Souls, memories themselves hold some degree of material potency, as miracles, which are essentially stories of the past, have the power to materialize spells, further evident as Ornstein himself was there during the Great War of Ancients, in which these stories were first conceived. However, we know the old Dragon Slayer is not a paltry imitation, as he's able to cast miracles and utilize a similar Dragon Slayer spear to Ornstein, suggesting his title as a Dragon Slayer was not just manifested internally, but achieved by demonstrating feats reminiscent of Ornstein's notable ability to kill dragons. As we know, Drangleic was host to a variety of dragons, with suggestions that close descendants to the ancient dragons themselves resided in its history, on top of the context that the old Dragon Slayer has been around for a long time, hence his old moniker. He ranks above the previously spoken of ancient wyvern, but is brought down by the clear indications he was still an imitation of a much greater being altogether. From imitation of Ornstein to Ornstein's legacy reborn, the Dragon Slayer armour isn't the most lore-expansive entry on this list, but we do get a few major clues about its nature from the soul it drops, which tells us the Dragon Slayer armour controlled by the Pilgrim Butterfly lost its master long ago, but still remembers their sporting hunts. Through this, we learn two things. The first is the fact that the Dragon Slayer armour is not an entity of its own, rather something much closer to an automaton controlled by the Pilgrim Butterflies. We learn the Pilgrim Butterflies are an ascended form of the Pilgrims of New Londo, a place that offered refuge to the old factions of Karth, inherently tied to humanity and the Dark Soul. We learn more on the nature of the Dragon Slayer armour itself through the descriptions of the Dragon Slayer armours, armour. From this we can find that the armour itself may have been worn originally by the directly descended Dragon Slayers that officially carried Ornstein's moniker. They didn't seek to imitate Ornstein like the old Dragon Slayer from Dark Souls 2, rather continue the legacy of the Dragon Slayers, headed by Ornstein, improving upon his art of war and embellishing his fighting style with almost impenetrable reinforced armour. We know Anor Londo is a real place in Lothric's geography, and this close proximity and allegiance with the gods of old makes clear they didn't require stories of Ornstein, rather they were directly influenced by him. In this, they were able to combine Ornstein-esque lightning-imbued weaponry and armour, something reinforced by the description of the Dragon Slayer Great Shield telling us it resonated with Ornstein's lightning. While the Age of Ancients were far done and a majority of the closer descendants of the ancient dragons defeated by the time the third installment comes around, it's likely the Dragon Slayers would also serve the dual purpose of being guards to royal sites, but as the undead plague carried through due to the stagnation of Dark Souls 3's cycle, they would turn hollow within their large armor sets and eventually become rife for the hollow-aligned pilgrims to take a hold of them and allow them to control aspects of Lothric from within the walls. It's the combination of these things and the power of the pilgrim butterfly echoing Londor's growing influence that places them above less paltry imitations of Ornstein, standing as a much more advanced iteration of Ornstein's legacy. Gundyr first came to Lothric seeking the First Flame, likely after the actions of the Twin Princes and their choice to rescind their place in the Fire-linking cycle. We're told Gundyr was once a great champion of the land, powerful enough he would be tasked by what his halberd tells us was the duty to bear the mantle of the Fire-linking cycle. After arriving in Lothric and making his way to the Fire-linking Shrine, he would quickly realise he was already too late. No Firekeeper was present and thus no bonfire to kindle. We aren't told exactly how he would react, but we know Gundyr would face some degree of inner turmoil at this realisation. Upon this realisation, he knew his purpose would have to change dramatically. Still tied to his prophecy, he knew the best course of action would be to chain himself to the entrance of the Firelink Shrine and impale within him a coiled sword able to cast a bonfire, awaiting an Ashen One who could prove themselves worthy once a Firekeeper would be able to usher them towards this mighty task. In this moment, he would change from a champion to a judge, an obstacle and a rite of passage for someone powerful enough to best him, and thus the assurance they would, in turn, have the ability to link the First Flame in his stead. Since then, many have died attempting to defeat Gundyr. A graveyard of dead signifies these attempts. This is of course where we enter the picture. In this battle, Gundyr, through the countless ages awaiting the tolling of the bells, would turn into a shallow version of his former champion self, clearly having hollowed from the inside due to his loss of purpose. If brought to half health, he transforms into a manifestation of the Pus of Man. This form is eerily reminiscent of Manus, and is likely analogous to the internal turmoil faced by Gundyr and the loss of purpose accumulating into an advanced stage of hollowing where his humanity has transformed into a raging form. Iudex Gundyr's strength is told to be far from the full capacity he held as a champion, who is directly told to have the power to link the First Flame. The years of imprisonment and the piercing of his heart would contribute to his inability to fight as his former self, evidenced by his much slower moveset when compared to his past form we can actually meet in the game. Being a lesser form of the version of himself that is outright told to have the capacity to link the First Flame and thus challenge the Great Lords and even the Soul of Cinder, Iudex Gundyr remains a challenge the ruling authorities believe to be necessary for any chosen undead in demonstrating their initial capacity to journey towards linking the First Flame, and thus he ranks here on the list. The Rotten's identity is far too speculative to delve into for this video, but in truth it is entirely irrelevant as we learn his strength is not bound to the person he used to be, rather who he now represents. In Dark Souls 1, Nito is one of the original lords who found a fiery lord soul during the Age of Ancients. Referred to as the First of the Dead, Nito had a distinct control over death, disease and decay. His contributions to the revolutionary force that would bring down the Age of Ancients are only comparable to Gwyn, Izalith and the Furtive Pygmy. In Dark Souls 2, the concept of soul fragments being carried over and influencing different beings is a thematic continuation. Within the context of the game's lore, the rotten strength is tied to these very fragments of souls, but most notably that of Nito's, something made apparent when we defeat the rotten on an NG+ playthrough and being granted the old Dead One soul. Unfortunately, the rotten itself shares little similarity to Nito in fighting ability. There is no indication either in items, lore prompts, or gameplay to suggest it had the ability to project Nito's distinct abilities in necromancy, decay, or disease. This is relevant as we know Dark Souls 2 is not shy in indicating the strength of the beings that would inherit the Lord Souls from the first installment. We know the Duke's dear Freya can use crystal sorcery of Seat's machination, and the old Iron King is able to use the fire reminiscent of Gwyn. The description of the old Dead One soul tells us this once magnificent soul continues to exert influence over the land, even after the eons have reduced it to these remnants, explaining why the rotten, while inheriting this powerful soul, is not able to channel Nito's infamous miasma, but does leave room to suggest what power the rotten does have is sourced from the remnants of Nito's soul itself. On this merit, the rotten ranks here on the list. We're told the Looking Glass Knight once existed as Vendrick's own lieutenant. His original duty was to act as a challenge to those who sought knighthood in Drangleic. However, after Vendrick's exile fearing Nashandra's influence, he would assign only his most trusted warriors to stand beside him and Nashandra. While Velstadt stood just outside of his crypt, we learned the Looking Glass Knight would act as the first line of defense between the castle and the shrine of Amarna. However, there may have been a dual purpose to his position here too. While he may have indeed been placed here to defend against Nashandra's influence as a primary duty, he may have also acted as a test for any chosen undead that sought Vendrick's ring and thus the Throne of Want, ensuring they were strong enough to take Vendrick's place on the mantle of the Throne of Want, but also fend off against Nashandra as he knew she would seek to usurp the power of the throne in those final moments, and wanted to ensure whoever would have to face her down would represent the best of Drangleic. After all, Vendrick is told to respect more than anything the strength of the simple man, and on the topic of strength, we learn why this position of trust was placed with the Looking Glass Knight from his primary gameplay mechanic, this of course being the unique effects of his shield, the King's Mirror. This shield allowed the knight to act as a bridge between the interconnected timeline of Dark Souls, and from gameplay cues, it's likely the knight was able to summon upon the other knights of Vendrick's domain to aid him in battle. This explains the symbolism of the Looking Glass Knight holding what is referred to as the King's Mirror, as he himself was both a reflection of Vendrick and the power of his great men too, but also ultimately the arbiter of knighthood in Drangleic, the commander of his forces. In this, the Looking Glass Knight may have been only succeeded in strength by Velstadt and Raim, able to utilise the immensity of Drangleic's defences for himself. Vort is a member of one of the most elite and exclusive groups of knights in the game and potentially the series. We're told the Outrider Knights, though quantitatively sparse in the world, held such immense power they were key extensions of one of the game's most prominent shows of power, the colloquial Sauron of the trilogy, Pontiff Sulyvahn himself. While we'll hold off on the absolute power of Pontiff Sulyvahn for his own entry, it cannot be understated how influential and prominent his success was in the timeline. Cut content and Miyazaki himself initially conceiving the Pontiff to be the final boss of the series, but what we need to know here is that the Pontiff did not cast his influence with little foresight, and key to his winning formula were his Outrider Knights. From the description of the Pontiff's left eye, we learn this was a ring granted to his Outrider Knights that allowed the Pontiff some degree of omnipresence in the land, but just the Pontiff's influence alone would warp the beholder, twisting their strength in his own image. We learn the most successful and thus more powerful an entity was, and the longer they could last under Sulyvahn's influence, would eventually turn them into terrifying beasts, bearing Sulyvahn's power within themselves, represented as a frost akin to his birthplace, the painted world of Oriendel. Most ordinary Outrider knights are described as savage, raving warriors, but no other knight was as savage and raving as Vought of the Boreal Valley. In assessing Vaught's strength, we have to keep in mind a few things. Firstly, Vought is a subject of Sullivan, a being that exerted such great influence. He is one of the main reasons for the premise of the game in the first place, as it was Sullivan's actions that reinforced the Twin Princes' choice to give up on their duty of inheriting Gwyn's prophecy. And when we equate the means to which the pontiff was able to build such great influence in the world, we have to look towards the immensity of his Outrider knights, and amongst these knights, Vought stood second only to one other. Secondly, Vaught's physical presence is mentioned many times in the game. From Emma's dialogue to the description of his armor, we are told of his infamous physical presence in the game, and such affirmative descriptions of any character are scarce in the entire series, and thus hold more merit than you would originally assume. Finally, we learn the Outrider Knights were classified in strength on the basis of how far they were into their transformations, characterized by a savage and raving demeanor, and Vought is single-handedly the most savage of all other Outrider Knights already in the game. With these three assertions, we can assume Vought represented best the pontiff's influence exerted through his Outrider Knights, and as he sits at the top of this group of knights, there is no surprise why he is referred to as Sullivan's own hound dog. The Centipede Demon gives us insight to how powerful the ceaseless discharge may have been if he had not become chronically disabled, as the Centipede Demon is a part of the infamous son of Izalith. The Centipede Demon is said to have been birthed from the power of the Orange Charred Ring. The Orange Charred Ring tells us the orange ring enchanted by a witch. Since his sores were inflamed by lava from birth, his witch sisters gave him this special ring. But fool that he is, he readily dropped it, and from that spot a terrible Centipede Demon was born. The most interesting part of Dark Souls 1 is it actually occurs during the life of many primordial gods. Most games begin after the Age of Gods, and gods as a concept often acts as a beacon of mythology and deific power to be appealed to. But in the Dark Souls series, the first installment in retrospect from the other two games allows us to live the primordial history of the game. We are placed in a world where legendary deific figures such as Gwyn, Izalith and Nito live amongst us, and we are even able to face them down ourselves. I say this because while the Centipede Demon is an extremely mundane fight in Dark Souls 1, in the narrative of the series, it is a direct aspect of power from one of these incredibly deific figures, this of course being the Witch of Izalith and her great children, her witch daughters. As the daughters of Izalith remain deeply allied to each other even after the events of their mother's transformation, they banded together to provide this orange charred ring to their mutated brother to ease his clear suffering, and it's why we can only battle the Centipede Demon once the ceaseless discharge has been defeated, as it is in fact likely a portion of the ceaseless discharge having fallen into the pits of Izalith's fire and transformed into this demon unbound by the shackles of the mutated fuller being. This suggests the power of the demon is intrinsically linked to the children of Izalith. However, we do know the Centipede Demon is still a small aspect of a child of Izalith that was already rendered entirely disabled due to his transformation. While much closer to the bed of chaos due to the enchantments by the Witch of Izalith, the demons still remain just a fragmented part of their own power, but a fragment of a power related to a living deity in a timeline where she was still alive and the source of her power still fully intact, means the Centipede Demon soars above many others relative to the series. From an aspect of one great power to the aspect of another, of course we're talking about Pinwheel. While the demons of Dark Souls 1 previously mentioned were birthed directly from the bed of chaos, Pinwheel found a very different way in utilizing the direct power of a lord. Once again, while Pinwheel seems an unusual placement when compared to the bosses of the other games, it's the fact that he took a portion of Nito's power during a period in which he was still alive that makes him far greater in comparison. Little is truly known about Pinwheel himself, but what we can learn from his array of mask items is that Pinwheel would one day willfully steal an aspect of Nito's power and utilize this distinction in controlling death to reign over the catacombs. The description of the Mask of the Father tells us one of the three masks of Pinwheel, the necromancer who stole the power of the Gravelord and reigns over the catacombs. We don't know the nature of the power he stole, but it's likely related to Nito's control over the dead, as it's theorized Pinwheel would use this in an ill-fated plot to resurrect his deceased family, only for the resurrection to mutate him into a malformed version of his family. In the lore, we're told his control over Nito's power would make him so powerful he would single-handedly reign over the catacombs. His power so great he would accumulate servants that would project his power in proxy all the way to Nito's own realm. We learn explicitly that Pinwheel stole an aspect of Nito's power. The non-consensuality of this would suggest Nito's unwillingness to depart from such a key aspect of his power, and the fact that Pinwheel is able to stay and rule in close proximity to Nito himself assumes Pinwheel held great enough influence. Nito did not find it a fruitful endeavour to forcefully take back this strength. Pinwheel, by lore alone, holds a portion of Nito's power during a time when Nito's Lord Soul and the power it held in the game were at its utmost height. We don't get too much clarity on the part of Nito he held, and it's in this ambiguity Pinwheel ranks here, but theoretically could be much higher if he was specifically told to have harnessed the devastating strength of Nito's miasma. A dragon's closeness to the everlasting dragons predicated the power they had, as their ancestors were in fact gods of their former realm, beings that went toe-to-toe with the gods of the Age of Fire as they fought the revolutionary dialectic that would synthesize the premise of the game, the Age of Fire. You won't be surprised to know a majority of the dragons in Dark Souls 1 actually bear the closest relation due to their chronological proximity to the Age of Ancients. In this, the Gaping Dragon is told to be a direct descendant of the Everlasting Dragons with narrative authority. The Dragon King Great Axe gives us another crucial insight too. Sourced directly from the Dragon's Tale, the description states the weapon is related to a king amongst other descendants of the Everlasting Dragons, ultimately painting the picture of a being that not only bore the design of his ancestors, but also that he rose amongst his peers to a place of royalty. This is relevant as we know the closest and most powerful relatives to the Everlasting Dragons are composed of beings such as the immensely powerful Calamite, but also other great beings such as Sin, the Slumbering Dragon. So as a king amongst these dragons, why does he rank so low? Well, we learn from his environment and design, the Gaping Dragon would find residence deep below Lordran in a place that neighboured Blighttown, a place filled with decay and disease. It's likely this decay and disease malformed the dragon, turning it into a ghastly shadow of its former self. We also know Seath may have had a hand in its mutated form, as we can find Seath's missionary surrounding the dragon too, but the extent of this is still quite questionable. It's ultimately the combination of its mutated form and its heritage as a king amongst the legendary descendants of the Everlasting Dragons that place him here on the list. A massive scaled beast, monstrous in design and carrying the legacy of a being that should have found its way much higher on the list. From one four-legged champion to another, we have the Great Grey Wolf Sif. In her infancy, Sif, with an undying loyalty, followed her master Artorias to Ulasil to take on what is memorialized in the timeline as one of the greatest threats there ever was. We learn from environmental clues she aided Artorias as he fought his way through the deepest excesses of the ever-growing abyss. However, as they approached Manus, Artorias, as loving as Sif was loyal, lay Sif safely in a cavern, giving away his shield to protect her while he faced Manus alone. Unfortunately, that was the last time Sif would see Artorias in his uncorrupted form, with Artorias doomed to walk eternally as a corrupted semblance of the champion he used to be. During this time, Sif would wait in the same cavern, waiting for her master to return victorious, until a certain chosen undead would find Sif, defeating the surrounding enemies and joining forces to fight Manus. After our victory, Sif would return to Artorias, only to find a tomb where he used to walk aimlessly, vowing in that moment to watch over his old master for eternity. And by the time we're able to fight Sif, she has grown large and fierce, holding Artorias' sword between her teeth as if it were her own weapon, acting as an extension of Artorias' legacy, but also a guardian over those that saw Artorias' abyss-walking sigil. Sif's soul would make clear she would become a proxy for Artorias' past as a legendary slayer of the dark, and her soul would become intertwined with the very blade Artorias once used to pierce through the immensely powerful dark raids. And while it's clear Sif is by no means Artorias or equivalent to Artorias in power, she remains a homage to the power of one of the greatest champions in the game and effectively symbolises his legacy in our own fight against her, having clearly fended off many who sought to loot Artorias' very public resting place. From a symbol of Artorias to a clan of warriors that put faith in the champion's legacy preserved by the Great Wolf herself. The Abyss Watchers were originally the head of a pact of men known as the Undead Legion of Farron, a covenant that was heavily influenced by the story of Artorias and his fight against the Abyss. They dutied themselves as the first line of defense against any signs of the Abyss, often striking preemptively and disproportionately at the slightest indication of the Dark's growing influence. We learn from dialogue with Hawkwood and item descriptions that the Abyss Watchers were monumental forces that were capable of levelling entire kingdoms for the sake of containing the Abyss, a famous example being the Kingdom of Karthus, burying it and bringing it to rubble after Wolnir had condemned himself in the pursuit of abyssal strength. Their strength was so recognisably powerful during their premiership that the leadership of the Age of Fire saw it necessary that they were the next in line to link the First Flame, testament to the power of their combined forces. And for the first time, the First Flame would be linked by a cohort of champions, something indicated to be related to their shared soul in the form of their wolf blood connection. As the Bells of Awakening told, the Abyss Watchers would be one of 4 previous Lords of Cinder that would arise tasked with aiding in linking the First Flame. However, we learn just like the other Lords of Cinder, they would choose against it, but unlike the apathy characteristic of the other Lords of Cinder, we learn the reason the Abyss Watchers would choose against it related entirely to the darkness invoked in them due to the corrupting forces related to being in proximity to the Abyss, not unlike the hero they all admired, Artorias. Upon being reborn, we can find the Abyss Watchers confusedly fighting each other, naturally sensing the Abyss in each other, and continuing to ironically fulfill their duties by fighting this inner dialectic of their humanity run wild and their unwavering will to defend against it. Our battle with the Abyss Watchers is against a group of beings powerful enough to link the First Flame and fight the Abyss, a force of nature that not even Gwyn could contain. However, the version we meet is also one that is already consumed in an internal battle with themselves. Their strength, once represented by a joint soul, has become their weakness as they battle each other in a permanent and repetitive stalemate. It's in this, the Abyss Watchers, though still one of the most capable forces in the entire timeline, and a faithful successor to Artorias, lose a lot of strength as a force worthy of very high recognition. The loss of strength is further exaggerated when item descriptions tell us that a major aspect of their power, known as the Wolf Blood, has run completely dry, exchanged by the essence of dark they once prided in fighting against. Osiris was originally the ruler of Lothric. Faithful to the powers at be, he believed it would be his children that would ascend through the rite of kindling and usher in a new age of fire, and thus groom them from early on to become powerful enough to carry this mantle and elevate his bloodline forever. He would name the chosen child after his own kingdom, assured of his future, calling him Lothric. Unfortunately, in a cruel twist of fate, Lothric would be born severely disabled and frail, and as he grew old, it would become apparent Lothric would never be able to link the First Flame. In this moment, the king had two options. The first was to have another heir in the hope they bear the power to link the first flame. The second was to consult a higher power to materialize an heir that found greatness through different means. We learned these means of greatness were in dragonhood, or more so, the ascension to dragonhood. Unsurprisingly, Osiris chose the latter. During this endeavour, luck would have it that a certain preacher twins would arrive in Lothric, masters of a long-dead sorcerer known as Big Hat Logan. These preacher twins would be welcomed warmly by Osiris and even granted the Grand Archives as their formal residence. This was of course all in return of knowledge about Seath, dragonhood and Logan's findings. As Osiris consulted the scholars of the archives and pushed himself into the studies of Big Hat Logan, he would, just like Logan, become obsessive over the quest for power in the shadow of Seath. This obsession would transform Osiris deeply, where his body would become a hybrid of Seath's physiology but still retaining human characteristics. In assessing Osiris' strength, there is a great degree of credit that is granted to him through item descriptions. The Dragon Scale Ring tells us many assassins were dispatched to his domain, but none returned. The consumed king ascribed his resilience to the divine protection of the Dragon Scale. In this, we learn not only was he able to fend off against countless assassins, but also he did so through successfully integrating Dragon Scales into his repertoire. When we look at item descriptions of the White Dragon Breath and the Moonlight Greatsword, we also learn Osiris was successfully about to mimic some of the power Big Hat Logan had originally conjured. Something that is so immense that both schools and apprentices based on his achievements not only exist in this timeline eons later, but also hold an incredible amount of influence. It's likely that Osiris came even closer to Seath than Big Hat Logan did, when equating his association with the Moonlight Greatsword, his physical being, and also the spells he is able to conjure. However, the one factor that stops Osiris from being one of the most powerful beings in the entire game is that he, much like Seath and Logan, was plagued with one of the greatest debuffs in the entire game, the Curse of Madness, perpetuated by the knowledge of crystal sorcery and Seath's research. In this, though Osiris held a power to likely command legendary status built on the shoulders of Big Hat Logan and even the Pale Drake himself, his inability to reconcile with reality hinders him greatly, ultimately solidifying his position here on the list. As an immediate thematic continuation, we have the Crystal Sages. As we learn, the Crystal Sages, aka the Preacher Twins, were intrinsic in the academic direction the Grand Archives took, but also Osiris' path to dragonhood. We're told the Preacher Twins had already accumulated such a vast portion of Big Hat Logan's foundational teachings into crystal sorcery that once they arrived into Lothric, their presence was immediately authoritative. This also explains why they are referred to as the Preacher Twins, as once they arrived in Lothric, they preached Logan's teachings and were wholly responsible for re-embedding his knowledge into the archives as a whole. This would allow both to rise to the top of the archives bureaucracy and become heads of the institution. During their tenure, the Grand Archives would see a boom in their studies, the Preacher Twins bestowing upon them not only the research of crystals, but also a means to mitigate its maddening effects through headwaxing. However, at some point the twins would part ways. One of the twins would remain in the archives, likely responsible for aiding Osiris, and the other would go off and join the Undead Legion, identifying with the cause of the Legion and even creating a new school of magic that fused conventional sorcery with swordsmanship, birthing Farron sorcery. While only one Crystal Sage is taken into account for this list, we know both are consistently described as equals in both their feats and strength. For this video, we'll be using the twin of the Undead Legion, as he's the only one we fight as a boss encounter. The Crystal Sage ranks higher than Osiris, most crucially because he was able to maintain his sanity alongside the fact he was likely more skilled in crystal sorcery than even the mutated Osiris. This is on the merit of item descriptions, indicating the Crystal Sages reached the level of Big Hat Logan, eclipsing all others who attempted to match his understanding. We also learn the Crystal Sages did not just mimic Logan the best, but were successfully able to build on Logan's research, elevating it further too. This was of course through the creation of their own distinct sorceries that furthered Logan's final moments. While initial observations may suggest the Dark Lurker was born from the dark, the first real clue as to his origins comes from the soul he drops. We learn the aesthetics of a soul, particularly in Dark Souls 2, draw heavy influence to their allegiances in the game and their spiritual ancestors from Dark Souls 1. We know the Old Iron King has a soul not dissimilar to Gwyn, Freya not dissimilar to Seath, and Nashandra not dissimilar to Manus. Upon looking at the Dark Lurker's soul, it's clear this is not the soul of a being of the dark. This is indeed an agent of fire. Our next clue comes from the item we can receive upon defeating the Dark Lurker, known as the Dragon Chime. It reads, "This chime sat along in the dark chasm, but still one senses a sublime purity. Only those with the deepest faith can wield this chime," suggesting the Dark Lurker was not just an ordinary agent of fire, but one that was akin to a deep spiritual figure, aligned greatly with the power of the gods and their stories in miracles. However, there have been a few that argue the Dark Lurker was a reincarnation of the Four Kings, pointing towards the similarities such as the appearance of clones and the fact that its soul can transpose into Life Drain Patch. The Dark Lurker is much more likely to be a being that ventured into the dark as a campaign against the elements of the abyss. Equipped with a Dragon Chime and a high resistance to the dark, the Dark Lurker waged a war against the dark in their own element, diving deep into the abyss itself, finding the power of Life Drain in his descent. This is precisely why the Dark Diver Covenant and Grendel rewards the player for defeating the Dark Lurker, and why it can only be summoned upon bringing light to the abyss. With this in mind, when speaking about the strength of the Dark Lurker, we're talking about a being that has three major distinctions. Firstly, he has harnessed the power of Life Drain, an art that was feared even by Gwyn during his prime, and had the potential of challenging the very fibre of the Age of Fire. Secondly, the Dark Lurker was able to bring convictions of faith deep into the abyss and disrupt it enough that even devout followers such as that of the Dark Divers saw it as a threat worthy of extinction, bringing praise to anyone able to bring the being down. And finally, the Dark Lurker is likely an incredibly efficient miracle caster, as the Dragon Chime indicates only the most faithful were able to utilise this chime's potential. This, combined with the Dark Lurker's ability to use pyromancy and even some level of dark magic, likely as a byproduct of exposure, puts the Dark Lurker as one of the greatest beings in Dark Souls 2. Arva is one of the 7 of the Burnt Ivory King's pets, and without a doubt the most prized of these pets due to the role she would be told to enact. We learn from Arva's soul that Arva was tasked with the guardianship of none other than Ulsana, the queen herself. This act alone is not to be underestimated, as we learn the Ivory King, upon leaving to combat the Bed of Chaos found below Eleum Lois, tasked the queen with looking over the entrance of the Bed of Chaos. We know Ulsana herself was quite frail, something identified by the Ivory King too, with item descriptions speaking on her frail nature and his unwavering willingness to grant her protection, something likely entrusted to Arva in his self-imposed exile. This is made further evident from the one item we can receive from Arva's soul, known as the Ivory Straightsword. Its description chronicles the leader of the Lois Knights that followed the Burnt Ivory King into the Bed of Chaos, suggesting Arva bear the spirit of not only his knights, but the best of their rank too. Lois Knights drew strength in proximity to the Ivory King. This is unsurprising, as the Ivory King hailed from Ferosa, a place that was in constant conflict and their social hierarchy entrenched in knightly discipline, something most relevant to the Ivory King, who is described by his ultra greatsword as once their greatest knight, duty bound to a fault, always first to swing his sword in times of need. Their fighting style was heavily influenced by the king, and thus Arva too shared this elite affiliation. Furthermore, it's noted that Arva herself was also enriched by the power of Ulsana, especially related to Ulsana's deep affinity with ice, something definitely related to her heritage as a daughter of Manus, born from his scattered shards. We learn ice, and thus the antithesis of fire, naturally sources power from the dark. This is precisely why Sullivan, born from the icy lands of Oriendel, affiliates himself with both the dark of the deep and, more importantly, the usurpation of the Age of Fire. Arva, through this enrichment, is able to cast a large array of ice sorcery, from homing ice crystals, leaping ice attacks, and even icy explosions. This is all to show the lore relevance that Arva not only protected Alsana, but also acted as a proxy for her power. A power so great she would single-handedly freeze Eleum Lois to the core, making it both inaccessible and inescapable. Arva existing as both the representation of the Lois's most elite knights, but also an extension of the power of Alsana, arguably the most powerful of the Dark Fragments of Manus, ranks here on the list. We learn on the precipice of the Old Iron King's victory over Ven, Sir Alon found himself in the company of this budding and ambitious new lord, with plans of even greater things. Allured to the Old Iron King's dreams of grandeur, Alon sought to help him materialize his ambitions by offering his counsel, making use of his background as an extremely talented warrior from the east. Alon quickly took charge of the king's army, training the warriors in the way of Eastern warfare, utilizing katanas and great bows, a distinction that would solidify the Iron King's military strength in the entire region. Utilizing this strength, he knew he had the firepower to unify his great kingdom, and on this quest he would come across the Iron Scepter, a means to take control of Iron. Starry-eyed, the king would abuse this revelation and build a kingdom as a reflection of his own inflating ego. With his newborn hubris, he would bring an aspect of this greed to his own people. Alon, distasteful at his king's new image, left the kingdom and sought refuge in a land not too far away, bringing some of the Iron King's own knights trained by Alon to watch over his new home. We learn Alon would eventually find his mortal end at the hands of the vengeful Old Iron King, as he would not take kindly to Alon's abandonment, leaving his kingdom and seeking out Alon, tracking him down to his new abode and killing the Great Eastern Warrior. Something he may have come to regret, as in Alon's passing he would honour his former comrade by ensuring his knights all bear Alon's namesake, an ode to Alon's immense influence. While the Old Iron King did kill Alon, don't let this dissuade you on the power he truly held. As we learn from Dark Souls 3, the lasting power of Alon Knights would persevere through the ages, his fighting style and weapons fashioned from his influence still in the game eons after the events of Dark Souls 2. Furthermore, we learn Alon's blades hold within it a bewitching characteristic not present in any other weapon in the game, especially those characteristically from the Eastern lands. But one clue we do get is that we know the Eastern lands valued blades of ethereal quality. This is most evident in Shiva's story in Dark Souls 1, where he set out to find the Chaos Blade, a weapon made from the soul of a daughter of Izalith. We know the Easterners had a tendency to go on extraterritorial campaigns, and Alon may have found this immensely unique weapon on a campaign seeking a weapon that was bewitched by some greater power, something we know little about but may relate to a similar story to the Chaos Blade itself. Whenever Easterners show up in a Dark Souls game, they are always on a mission of sorts, and it may explain how Alon would even find the Old Iron King. But one thing we know for certain is that the Easterners that wander are always extremely talented, and Alon's legacy beside even the greatest Easterners, including that of the Great Shiva, champion of the Forest Hunter Covenant, stands the test of time. As the primary force behind the Iron King's rule, a rule told to be second only to Drangleic in the region, he firmly finds a spot here on the list. Draped in penal garments, we learn the Lost Sinner is atoning for actions we never get a direct description of. The soul of the Lost Sinner telling us the Lost Sinner eternally punishes herself for the sins of her past, and the penal straitjacket adds that no one truly knows what reason she's punishing herself. Of course, we get our best clues through both her dedicated cutscene and her environment. On introduction, the Lost Sinner seems to be infested with a peculiar parasite. A being, for those familiar with Dark Souls 1, resembles the remnants of the Witch of Izalith and the Bed of Chaos. In this, we learn that the Lost Sinner is not atoning for her own sins, but rather the sins of the Witch of Izalith related to the creation of the Chaos Flame. Associations to the Witch of Izalith even extend to our fight with the Lost Sinner, as in the NG Plus playthrough, the Lost Sinner is able to summon forth pyromancers, pyromancy as an art tied inherently to the Chaos Flame itself. If the Lost Sinner is bested during the NG Plus playthrough, she drops the old Witch Soul, sharing an identical design to the Witch of Izalith's soul from Dark Souls 1. In Dark Souls 2, inheritors of the Lord Souls often bear historical relevance to the key traits related to the original god, suggesting the Lost Sinner may have sins of her own relating to fire, and the parasite associated with the Bed of Chaos may have found a host with the Lost Sinner due to this pre-existing shame harboured by her. Regardless, what's important here is that we know the Lost Sinner combines both the strength of her own and the strength of what remains of the Bed of Chaos and the Witch of Izalith's soul. While the gameplay would assume she is, much like the Rotten, unable to wield the Witch of Izalith's power and just harbours her soul as symbolism, we actually learn from the Lost Sinner's sword materialised from her own soul that her power may actually be intimately related to the same source of power as the Witch of Izalith. The description of the Lost Sinner's sword tells us the true nature of this sword is unknown, even to the Lost Sinner herself. Those who choose this sword will share the burden of the Lost Sinner's misdeeds. While ambiguous, we learn the blade's effect damages the player when you land an attack, an effect only shared by one other blade in the game, the Chaos Blade. The Chaos Blade from Dark Souls 1 is materialised through using one of the Witch of Izalith's direct daughter's soul, this being Quelaag, suggesting within the Lost Sinner's primary weapon lay the manifestation of Izalith's own soul projected in a similar fashion to Quelaag's in the Chaos Blade. This of course is further reinforced by the fact that the old witch's soul we can obtain from the Lost Sinner can be transformed into, you guessed it, the Chaos Blade in Dark Souls 2, sharing an eerily similar description suggesting it originates from an unknown place and how it damages the user on use. However, what brings the Lost Sinner down despite her affiliation to the monumental power of Izalith is of course her inability to utilise the powers of the Bed of Chaos in its raw form, and thus balanced by a sword carrying Izalith's power, she ranks here on the list. We have previously spoken of Vought in relation to Sullivan's immensely powerful Outrider Knights, but even Vought could not match the distinction in both origin and current state of being when compared to the Dancer. Of Sullivan's greatest triumphs, none other were greater than his usurpation of the Order of the Old Gods and domination over Gwyndolin in Anor Londo. We learn amongst the many spoils of war he accrued from Anor Londo, his prize plunder, as per the description of the soul of the Dancer and the Dancer's crown, was likely a princess and distant heiress to Gwyn himself. The royal figure we learn was once the now mutated Dancer. Though unnamed, we are given clues to her royal lineage from her crown, which states the mask was made only for direct descendants of the old royal family. Exactly whose child this was is unclear and not entirely relevant, as what's important here is that she is indeed an heir to the most dominant force in the entire Dark Souls timeline. The princess, a dancer by profession, would catch Pontiff Sullivan's eye, and according to her soul, we learn she was first ordered to dance, but would soon be recruited as an Outrider Knight to help Sullivan now enforce his Pontiff ambitions. Granted a double-slashing sword and one of the Pontiff's rings of power, she would be condemned to the service of the Pontiff, and in turn too, his corrupting influence. In this, the power of the Dancer is one of the most transparent readings in Dark Souls 3, with 3 crucial notations. The first is that it's clear the Pontiff would distinguish the Dancer as his most powerful Outrider Knight, as it's the only instance where Sullivan himself granted an enchanted weaponry to his subjects, a weapon that mirrored the Pontiff's own power and his mastery over the Profaned Flame and the Dark Moon. The Dancer's enchanted sword tells us paired enchanted swords that Pontiff Sullivan bestowed upon the Dancer of the Boreal Valley. These blades, symbolic of the Dancer's vows, are enchanted with dark magic in the right hand and fire in the left, mirroring the Pontiff. Secondly, the dancer deserves recognition too as a member of Gwyn's direct ruling order. We learn from Dark Souls 1 that beings descended from Gwyn commanded the heights of power and influence in the land, with examples of Gwyndolin single-handedly holding down the entirety of Anor Londo. And as a final point, the dancer is able to utilize her formal profession in her fighting ability. From gameplay cues, we learn that the dancer fights rhythmically, echoing movement and swipes in a pattern reminiscent of a set-piece dance, further contextualizing her diversity in combat. It's a mixture of these very distinct abilities, specifically her ties to the old gods, but also her presence as a reflection of the pontiff's dual revolutionary abilities that places her here on the list. Before being granted an audience with the Demon Prince, we hear whispers about their existence from the story of Lothric and Lorien. We learn Lorien, the more physically capable royal brother, one day faced off against a certain demon and with great effort bested the beast and brought home an aspect of its fire in his blade, and was subsequently heralded as one of the most capable knights in Lothric. While we'll go into this in more detail for the Twin Prince's entry, what we need to learn here is that the Demon Prince that Lorien fought was grand enough that it was a turning point in how the world understood Lorien's power. Why we fight the Demon Prince despite Lorien having defeated it related to the fact that Lorien may not have entirely destroyed the Demon Prince, rather subdued him to a point in which he would fall to the bottom of the Ring City. We get a better picture of this as we reach the bottom ourselves, as we are faced with two peculiar demons, one named the Demon from Below and the other known as the Demon in Pain. From naming convention and descriptions, we learn the demon from below was not forced below, but rather originated from this pit, and therefore by reason we can assume he was not the demon that the prince slew. However, the demon in pain, on the other hand, shows many indicators it is precisely the demon that Lorien was able to cast to the pit of the world, as from its appearance and name it's clear the demon was previously wounded, with a torn body and tattered wings. Most interestingly in this boss battle is if we defeat the two demons, one of the two demons transforms into the Demon Prince, a symbolic mirroring of the inherent parallels between Lorien and Lothric, as their souls seem inherently intertwined and build on each other as a final vestment of the Bed of Chaos, struggling, as it always has, for a place in this world. Despite being bested by Lorien, with the knowledge that the Demon in Pain would find the demon from below in the Ring City and ultimately fuse his soul with his kin, means his strength level despite his previous injuries would be elevated beyond his original form, a form that once proved a close call even to Lorien. Interestingly for Dark Souls 3, we know the demon from below in particular was a close living relative to the Bed of Chaos. This is made clear through his ability to conjure primal chaos pyromancy. It's likely too that the demon from below was a first generation demon. His appearance would even explain the descendants of the Batwing demons that would later populate the world. Due to the nature of the Bed of Chaos and its once great but dwindling power, anything with proximity to the gargantuan power of its prime, such as that of the first generation demons, especially particular powerful demons, command great influence relative to this power. Combining the power of two great demons and existing as a mirror of the great twin princes, the Demon Prince ranks here on the list. During the first reign of gods in Dark Souls 1, there was one area that acted as a challenge so great that the ordinary would be separated from the extraordinary, and thus be granted an audience with the gods in the elusive Anor Londo. This area is of course the infamous Sen's Fortress, a proving ground created meticulously by Gwyn to filter chosen undeads to find a champion worthy of the right to kindle the first flame in his stead. The Iron Golem is an incredibly interesting entry, as it's the only time in the entire game we are told of the gods making use of the bones related to a true-to-life everlasting dragon. The dragon bone fist materialized through the Iron Golem soul reads, "The gods fused the power of the soul with the great bones of the dragons, forming an appropriate core for the giant golem." We get more context from the soul itself, stating, "Originally a bone of an everlasting dragon." The sheer gravity of the power of an everlasting dragon should by no means be underestimated. We learn from Goth directly that even an ordinary everlasting dragon would find a monumental kill ratio against the great gods that fought against them during the Age of Ancients. While the Iron Golem is not a living and breathing everlasting dragon, as it carries one of their bones and a great enough soul to bring it to life, more than likely forged by Gwyn's greatest blacksmiths in Anor Londo, paints it to be a legendary bastion of power nonetheless. Nashandra began her life as a small shard of Manus after his death during the events of the first game. This shard, while initially a small and frail thing, would grow into a woman. We know of 3 other shards similar to Nashandra that would grow into 3 other women, Elana, Ulsana and Nadalia. Nashandra was the most prominent of the 4, as she had attached herself to Vendrick, a champion that had consolidated the 4 Lord Souls and commanded the power to usher in a new era at the Throne of Want. Nashandra would win Vendrick's favour and ultimately sought to puppeteer the king into taking the throne and using his influence to usher in what is likely an Age of the Dark, an age where humanity reclaimed the power subverted by Gwyn during the sins of the Age of Fire. Nashandra would begin this subtle campaign by advising Vendrick to preemptively attack and pillage the Land of Giants, taking home the Giants' kinship to build a castle above the Throne of Want and build a route to have access to the throne too. Vendrick eventually came to know the Queen as a being of the dark and fled the kingdom, departing his soul somewhere she was unlikely to pass, and eventually taking himself to the crypts to hollow in peace from the influence of the Queen. Vendrick was very likely more powerful than Nashandra, but her ability to influence the humanity at the core of his being and the lasting love he had for Nashandra stopped him from forcefully putting an end to her sly transgressions. Nashandra's strength, much like all beings that source their strength from the power of the dark, are based on their proximity to the power of the Dark Soul itself. And as we know, Nashandra is directly related to Manus, an enraged aspect of the furtive pygmy itself. As a being of the dark, she stands in a uniquely powerful position based on this direct affiliation. However, we do learn from the Chime of Want that Nashandra and her sisters were likely the smallest of Manus's fragments, as it was the smallest fragments that would evolve into human forms this early in the timeline. Yearning for self-preservation through the powerful soul of kings, this is why each sister of the dark latches onto a powerful lord. At the height of Nashandra's power was her ability to corrupt even the greatest human champions. This corruption of humanity is uniquely attributed only to the deepest aspects of the Dark Soul, such as the dregs of the Church of the Deep, but also Manus, suggesting despite being a small aspect of Manus, she still projected a similar power. This is further reinforced in the battle itself, as Nashandra is directly able to make use of special dark sorceries reminiscent of Manus's own boss battle. Naturally, we know the tradition of dark sorcery itself began with Manus's corruption in Ulasil, and the Ulasil mystics being transformed into corrupted agents of Manus. So this form of power was to be expected from Nashandra, and further reinforces the notion that she, as an aspect of Manus, is unparalleled in the use of dark sorceries or hexes. A tradition of spellcasting that would lift some of the greatest figures just by association to great heights. This of course including Felkin, Aldir, Grendal and the infamous Navlan. Leading us perfectly to Elana, a joint entry. Elana is found in Shulva, a sunken kingdom built around a sleeping dragon. Shulva had developed customs around this dragon, holding this great being with an even greater reverence. Many customs would develop and a city would be built around these shared customs. At the heart of this culture was the Sunken King, Elana his queen, and the sleeping dragon Sin. Sin lay dormant at the heart of the city, and the inhabitants would sing to it as a means to either appease it while it slumbers, fearing its wake, or to revere it in the hope that it would grant them some blessings. However, Drangleic existing adjacent to Shulva would begin to covet the power of dragons as a means to alleviate their ensuing struggles, specifically around the undead curse. We learn eventually Vendrick would commission a group known as the Drakeblood Knights to seek out the blood of dragons for answers. Naturally, at some point they would point their blades towards Shulva and Sin. Led by Yorg, they decimated the kingdom, slew the king, and reached Sin. Yorg would pierce Sin in an attempt to harness its blood, but would be met by a disturbing truth. Sin was filled with poison. There are prominent theories to suggest Elana was the cause of this poison, and her songs were what filled the dragon with the toxins. Rot and filth are inherent in her design, and it's not too far-fetched to say she projected this onto the dragon. Her soul even states that she laid waiting for the time that the dragon would seek vengeance. We know the fragments of Manus held the properties to corrupt beings to work in their own ends, and it's likely Elana sought to corrupt Sin, but such corruption was caught early by Yorg's campaign, causing Sin to prematurely awaken and wreak havoc on Shulva. When we find Elana, she is yet singing the dragon into a slumber. In the ruins of Shulva, she has assumed a form representing her true colours, a rotted being still singing to the dragon as her king and kingdom is left in ruin. While Elana shares descriptive notations on strength to Nashandra, as we're told all Sisters of the Dark were inherently of equal strength, and is able to make use of extremely similar spells as Nashandra with a poisonous twist, there is one distinction that may suggest she rises above Nashandra, this being the ability to summon upon wretched images of other beings to aid her in combat, notably including the Mirage of Velstadt. While the Ancient Dragon is by far the closest we get to seeing a true everlasting dragon by sheer scale alone, we learn from Shalquoir and Nashandra that it's in fact a careful imitation. So close in design, it's described as having strength to match its size, which is evidently colossal. So large in fact that it's likely the largest boss we can fight in the entire series, eclipsed only by Midir. We learn the Ancient Dragon is in fact, much like many beings in Drangleic, an experiment by Uldir. Uldir would spend much of his time in his keep far to the east, and his magnum opus was the creation of a being that transcended the confines of the undead curse, this of course being the Ancient Dragon in question. There is evidence of many failed experiments throughout Uldir's keep, and right at the end of our venture through his domain, we find this Ancient Dragon, perched upon a large platform, surrounded by drakes and knights with an affinity for dragons under its command. And while we know the Ancient Dragon is born of the soul of a giant as it drops this item, we also get contextual clues that the Ancient Dragon may have also been born of the corpse of a true everlasting dragon, not unlike the Iron Golem's core. We know Uldir was above everything a great historian, a scholar that studied the actions of the gods in Dark Souls 1, and the Iron Golem's creation may have been a revelation brought upon him beside his other great revelations about Gwyn's life. We know he was of the caliber to learn this, as he's the only character since the events of the first game that recounts Gwyn's choice to brand humans with the dark sign, and also his actions at the First Flame. This is precisely why he's referred to us as the Scholar of the First Sin. While it's not told how Uldir would obtain the corpse of an everlasting dragon, we do get a very clear correlation between the false Ancient Dragon and a true Ancient Dragon through a memory accessed via the Ashen Mist Heart granted to us by the false Ancient Dragon. In this memory, we can find a dead Ancient Dragon and pluck from it its true soul, suggesting a relation between the false Ancient Dragon and the real Ancient Dragon, as if to show the separation from body and soul. This connection explains why the Ancient Dragon we fight as a boss can soar above the skies, breathe massive swathes of flame and fight us, just as we can picture them in the first ever cutscene in Dark Souls 1. We know even paltry descendants of the Everlasting Dragons were powerful enough to terrorize Anor Londo and destroy entire cities, and while even Shalquoir speaks of the Ancient Dragon not being an honest mirror of the true Everlasting Dragon's power, its proximity alone as the closest image of an Everlasting Dragon places it here on the list. We know Vendrick granted authority not to bureaucrats, but rather simple warriors who stake their every battle on strength alone. So how did Velstadt, a cleric from a distant land, find himself second only to Vendrick? It's likely Velstadt originated from Shulva. Shulva during this period was a religious territory, and thus it's no surprise Velstadt was deeply entrenched with theology. We don't know why Velstadt would leave, and may even relate to Elana's looming dark influence, but he would one day find himself at the foot of Drangleic. We know Vendrick ranked his soldiers on the merit of strength alone, but Velstadt proved himself the mightiest amongst all of Vendrick's knights, even against the odds of being a cleric, something Vendrick may have felt skeptical towards from the beginning, outlining Velstadt's distinction. However, Velstadt wasn't alone at the top of Vendrick's hierarchy, as he shared a position with a knight known as Raim. However, we learn one day Raim challenged Vendrick's authority, specifically around Nashandra's growing influence, and Velstadt would challenge Raim to decisive victory, leading to Raim's exile. Raim would of course go on to become the Fume Knight, a story for later in the list. But what this does tell us is that Raim, a champion powerful enough to win the confidence of Vendrick and then Nadalia, was beaten so badly by Velstadt he would feel utterly humiliated, enough so that he would leave the entire region and seek strength elsewhere for a chance at retribution. We can add another layer of strength to Velstadt, as we learn even before coming to Drangleic he had already established himself as a mighty warrior in Shulver, as Alana still conjures memories of him during her boss battle, a testament to the lasting strength Velstadt was able to demonstrate wherever he went. In Vendrick's final moments, we learn he would only trust Velstadt to stand guard of his tomb, and by the time we meet Velstadt, he is, true to his nature, lying dutifully at the foot of his now hollow lord. Velstadt, despite casting an aura to repel the dark, has manifested much of the dark's qualities into his own, but much like Artorias, this dark has not unsettled much of his fighting ability, only embellished it with a much more unstable core. It is of course the important context that Velstadt was second only to Vendrick, and more importantly the story of Velstadt humiliating the immensely powerful Raim that brings him this high on the list, which is further contextualized in Raim's own entry later in the list as the Fume Knight. As one of the last obstacles to the Throne of Want, the Throne Watcher and Defender stand before us and the chance to commandeer a new age. While we aren't given too many details around their origins, we do know they originate from a time long ago, before Drangleic and even Vendrick. Drangleic Castle was built on the remnants of the Kiln of the First Flame. It's likely that both the Throne Watcher and Defender were subjects of the previous chosen undead, now long forgotten. These guardians are likely here in lieu of the previous chosen undead to ensure that the next monarch is of worthy caliber to link the First Flame, much like Gwyn does in the first game and the Soul of Cinder does in Dark Souls 3. We can use this context to measure the strength level of both beings, but let's get a quick definitive benchmark out of the way first. It's obvious Prime Vendrick would have overpowered both Guardians, as their very existence is predetermined as beings who would one day be overcome by the bearer of the Four Lord Souls, and in this case this was Vendrick. But if we're to truly assess where the two heroes go, it's likely they played a role not too dissimilar to Velstadt and Raim. In an alternative universe, I can definitely see both Velstadt and Raim assuming their position when Vendrick took the throne. In this, we can assume their combined strength would resemble something of that caliber, as they were likely the Velstadt and Raim of a long-forgotten chosen undead who once captured the Four Lord Souls of their own era. When we combine the item descriptions of their souls, we learn their power was appropriate for the Kiln of the First Flame. In this, the estimations of their strength is likely to be immense, as this was indeed Gwyn's old mantle. Using the context of Velstadt and Raim's power and their position as a keeper of the Kiln, they rank here on the list. Sharing a similar design to Calamite, Sin is likely the closest descendant to the everlasting dragons we meet in Dark Souls 2 if we bar Freya's soul connection to Seath. It's hard to say how Sin found himself in Shulver, but we do know Sin was crucial to Shulver's culture. Many inhabitants would come to revere the great beast, and likely wanted to draw an affinity from it through spiritual proximity, something we can see practiced in a variety of different factions in the Soul series. However, we learn Drangleic also sought the power of dragons. In this, they would formalize a group of knights commissioned by Vendrick to seek out the blood of dragons, likely as a means for Uldir to further his experiments into the nature of humanity. The Drakebloods led by Jorg would face off against Sjolva, find the beast and pierce its scales, only to find it was harbouring a much deeper secret than the blood of a dragon. Sin was filled with a poisonous pus so great the entirety of Sjolva would be clouded in its poison, changing the landscape permanently. We know Elana, a being of Manus, much like her sister, sought to attach herself to a being of great power for self-preservation. Nashandra attached herself to none other than the chosen hero of Drangleic, who carried the four Lord Souls, Vendrick. This being said, we initially learn Elana attached herself to an unnamed king of Sjolva, but we quickly learn it wasn't the king she sought to leverage the power of, instead it was Sin, making Sin a contemporary to Vendrick. In this, we learn from descriptions related to Elana, she may actually be responsible for the poison in Sin, slowly filling the beast with poison through her songs of corruption, awaiting its grand awakening. Elana's soul tells us the child of dark accompanies the dragon, slowly amassing souls in anticipation of the coming day of vengeance. The concept of a Dark Queen related to Manus being able to embellish a living being is seen various times in the game, and most notably through the Fume Knight story in relation to Nadalia. While we'll go into this in more detail for the Fume Knight's respective entry, it does outline the possibility for these Dark Queens that were really fragments of Manus having the ability to enrich the pre-existing power of an already great being. As we know, Raim, once he had become the Fume Knight, is told to have fulfilled his goal of finding the strength he needed to finally defeat Velstadt. In this, we can assume the poison within Sin was not a slight against his power, but an enrichment linked closely to the darkness within Elana. This is evident as Jorg approached the great dragon seeking its blood, but after striking it with his great spear, the poison within Sin was so powerful Jorg would have no choice but to flee and leave the mission entirely. Jorg was no pushover either, as we are told he was one of the greater champions of Drangleic, and even single-handedly defeated the Sunken King before this. Enraged at the disruption of his slumber, Sin would wreak havoc on his surroundings, destroying the entirety of Sjolva and clouding the entire city in a thick poisonous smog, putting into perspective how powerful Sin must have been to have harboured this much poison to begin with, and further reasoning as to why Elana may have seen Sin as a perfect vessel to leverage her power. Sin's nature, while told to be of an ordinary dragon, shares physiology with much more primordial dragons related much closer to the true everlasting dragons, specifically that of Kalameet. And while this isn't to say Sin is adjacent to the great Kalameet in power, it does give clarity as to why Sin was a dragon that found great worship, as his closeness to his immortal ancestors very likely meant he could share their favour, exactly why Drangleic may have seen the harvesting of Sin's blood as paramount to Aldir's attempt at recreating an everlasting dragon. Duke Seldora was originally a merchant of little acclaim, but would eventually find his big break in the Brightstone Cove. Here he would find what was likely the remnants of Seat's original crystal cave. Seeing the value in these crystals, Seldora allocated much of his resources to mine the crystals and became incredibly wealthy, developing a strong economy in the region single-handedly and hosting many new citizens flocking to his region for work. However, at some point during his mining escapades, he would find a spider, originally a small and solitary thing. Seldora would find himself bewitched by it, giving it a home in his own bedchamber and cherishing it like it was his own child, even referring to it lovingly as his dear Freya. Likely unbeknownst to the Duke, this spider was holding on to what is described in the game as the Writhing Ruin, and likely the ineffable soul of Seat the Scaleless. Seldora is described by the game as greedy and ambitious, not unlike Seath, and it would be this greed that would be projected through Freya, allowing her to begin to consume the Duke's own citizens, growing larger than the Duke could have ever imagined. Freya was a reflection of Seldora's own greed, and it would be this greed that would become his own undoing. Very quickly, Freya would outgrow her cage and, much like the lord she harbored the soul of, created an ecosystem of her own. But instead of crystals, it was a web, and instead of crystalline fauna, it was spiders. These spiders would invade the town and overrun the entire region, while Saldora could only watch as this manifestation of his greed consumed everything he had worked hard to build. We know the cornerstone of power related to Seath himself was around the use of souls and a plea to immortality through crystals. This is relevant to Freya as her reign over Saldora would allow her to consume the souls of a majority of its inhabitants and grow massive, her body covered in impenetrable scales, not unlike the scales Seath sought to replicate himself through crystals. This replication of everlasting dragon scales is never seen in the entire series, and while gameplay is not entirely relevant, the mechanic that Freya is impenetrable when attacking her body does demonstrate the lore relevance of her soul being connected to Seath, an everlasting dragon himself, and a spiritual succession of his initial pleas to immortality, a correlation drawn through the Ashen Mist Heart 2, as it is in fact Freya's lair that leads to the true everlasting dragon's body. In this, Freya's power became a reflection of Seath's very own, and unlike many of the other inheritors of the Lord Souls mentioned in Dark Souls 2, such as that of the Rotten and to some degree the Lost Sinner, we know she is even able to replicate the source of power Seath took advantage of in sorcery, very likely due to her ability to consume the souls of others. In practice, Freya using her power was able to contest the current hegemonic powers of even Vendrick and Uldir's forces, repelling their campaigns to win back a key landmark for Drangleic own economy, enough so Drangleic would retreat entirely from the operation, declaring Saldora Freya's uncontested territory. Quelaag, much like her unfortunate sister, was also mutated heavily by Izalith's transformation into the Bed of Chaos. Fortunately for Quelaag, however, she was lucky enough that she was only partly mutated by the Chaos Flame and retained both her sanity and physical abilities. Upon this realization, Quelaag would duty herself with the preservation of her sister, known to us as the Fair Lady. This preservation required a consistent stream of humanity to be fed to the Fair Lady, something Quelaag was able to supply by standing guard of one of the bells required to open Sen's fortress, knowing full well many chosen undead and bearers of great humanity would show up here and walk right into her spider's trap. Of course, in reference to strength, it's important to remember the daughters of Izalith are insanely powerful in relation to the entire series. They were some of the most prolific gods present during the War of Ancients and the killing of the ancient dragons. We're told a majority of their great strength was projected through their catalyst sourced from the power of their mother's great lord soul. This original power of Izalith was known as fire sorcery, an art that would be lost after Izalith's transformation into the Bed of Chaos. Quailana, the most human of the sisters, and an NPC we can actually encounter, refers to the loss of fire sorcery as related entirely to Izalith's transformation. However, we do know the power of those directly related to the Bed of Chaos in the early days of Izalith were absolutely monumental, especially for her direct daughters who could utilize their affinity to Izalith's new chaotic form. Quelaag, the aptly named Chaos Witch, is of course one of such a being. She isn't a first-generation demon, she's in fact a first-generation Izalithian, born from the true fiery lord soul of Izalith and later harnessed the power of the Bed of Chaos's pyromancy. We get more clues to this through the description of the Chaos Blade related to her soul, which reiterates Quelaag's deep affinity to the Bed of Chaos itself, as if she uniquely shared the burden of her mother Izalith. The Chaos Blade itself is an immensely important recurring item, a weapon that pins the chaos of Izalith into each installment of the game, often acting as a point to underline the hubris of other beings that covet the blade, mirroring Izalith's own hubris in attempting to replicate the First Flame. All of this is to say Quelaag more than anything else represents Izalith's legacy in the world as a physical being we're able to fight. Her fighting prowess in everything she does envelops her in the flames of chaos, even her spidery form uncontrollably throws up these flames too. It's in her proximity to Izalith's new form and relation to the immense lasting power of the Bed of Chaos during the point in time in which it was most powerful that places her far beyond other demons we see in the game. The Fire Sage Demon is one of the most interesting bosses on this entire list, but to understand why we have to first understand what his source of power, fire sorcery, not to be mistaken with pyromancy, actually was. The Izalith Catalyst tells us before the birth of pyromancy their wands were mediums for sorcery, but knowledge of this flame sorcery has long since vanished. We get more clues from Quelana's dialogue and even the introductory cutscene that fire sorcery was the projection of power related to Izalith's initial Lord Soul found at the precipice of the New World, where she would weave pure firestorms and destroy the everlasting dragons. We learn this art was lost after Izalith's transformation into the Bed of Chaos, as her Lord Soul was warped into an unrecognizable state. Most of her daughters had lost their catalysts or had been corrupted by the Bed of Chaos to a point in which they themselves lost their ability to project the old fire sorceries, much like their mother. However, we are told of one single entity in the game that still holds on to the power of fire sorcery even after Izalith's transformation, this being the Fire Sage Demon. We're told by the Demon Catalyst that the Fire Sage Demon was the first ever demon and the last master of the original fire arts before the Witch of Izalith was engulfed by chaos, suggesting this Fire Sage Demon may have been a close confidant to the Witch of Izalith and mastered her fire sorceries before she had transformed into the Bed of Chaos, which also explains why he is known as the First Demon, as his proximity to Izalith would have meant he may have been the first to transform too. Interestingly, despite the mutations by the Bed of Chaos, the Demon Fire Sage, a mentee to none other than Izalith herself, and a uniquely described master of fire sorcery, was able to retain the power of Izalith's original fire sorcery in his new demonic form, but upon his death would also mark the end of the spells altogether. Fire sorcery is an immensely powerful force described as parallel to Gwyn's lightning and Nito's miasma. We learn Nito's miasma was only projected by Nito alone, and Gwyn's lightning in its truest form only projected by himself, his secret son, and the stories of its power acting as miracle imitations. However, the flames of Izalith were uniquely able to be channeled by those close to her, and as the last living aspect of this power, the Demon Fire Sage ranks here on the list. As spoken of during Alon's entry, the old Iron King always had visions of power and glory. After leading a decisive triumph over the Kingdom of Ven, he had dreams of being more than just a successive ruler to a limited kingdom, and after meeting Alon and building a military fit for a greater purpose, he would find an iron-producing miracle in the form of the Iron Scepter. It's important to note too, the old Iron King's ambitions may have been a result of possessing Gwyn's ineffable Lord Soul. While there is some debate as to when the Lord Soul was found by the old Iron King, as there is some indication the old Iron King only found the Lord Soul upon his final act of sinking into the lava of his own undoing, it's more likely, just as was the case for Freya and the Rotten, these great time-transcendent souls attach themselves to characters that symbolize the traits of their associated lord, and thus the Iron King's unfound ambition and ultimately his hubris would make him a representation of Gwyn from a very early day. We'll explain this further towards the end of his entry, but what's important to know here is that the Iron King, with the power of Gwyn's soul and now the Iron Scepter, but also dominion over the territory authorized by his Alon Knight's monopoly of power, would allow him to build a kingdom of pure iron, calling on various craftsmen from different regions to help him realize his original ambitions of greatness, and many would heed his call, notably a man named Magus Eagle, a visionary who sought to breathe life into fire. On the back of this, the Iron King was able to build a domain so large it eclipsed the former kingdom of Ven, eventually creating automatons with the help of Eagle, fulfilling Eagle's longing to create living fire by granting them souls, likely the same way Gwyn did in the original game. With an empire both powerful and large, the old Iron King couldn't be too complacent for too long, as just like in Gwyn's old empire, his domain was being threatened by the undead curse, and much like Gwyn, he took drastic and incredibly unethical methods in dealing with the curse. Commissioning various groups of undead hunters, jailers, and torturers, he led the most prominent campaign against the undead, creating the Executioner's Chariot and the legion of men who would eventually become the Skeleton Lords in the Huntsman Copse. With a campaign against the undead underway, the old Iron King began to change, taking on a much more hedonistic form. Upon this realization, Alon became distasteful at his old friend's new image and would leave the Iron Kingdom to seek refuge in a place of his own, bringing a few fellow warriors from the kingdom with him. But his refuge would be short-lived, as the old Iron King, vengeful at the thought of this betrayal, would charge into Alon's keep, executing the treasonous knights and eventually slaying Alon, a testament to the acquired strength of the king. The old Iron King would soon see his own undoing when one notable automaton granted a soul by the old Iron King began to rebel, much like the four kings of New Londo did for Gwyn, except this automaton, the Smelter Demon, was much more successful than the four kings, and would eventually go on to destroy the entire kingdom, forcing the Iron King deep into the lava of his own doing. The effortlessness of the Smelter Demon killing the old Iron King is less of an indictment on the inability for the old Iron King to fend for himself, and more so a praise of how monumentally powerful the Smelter Demon was, as the old Iron King through his reign demonstrated great strength and influence when compared to his contemporaries, and even shines well above the other inheritors of the Lord Souls, such as that of the Duke Steer Freya and the Lost Sinner. By the time we meet the old Iron King, he has re-arisen from the lava and, much like Gwyn had after he'd burned himself at the first flame, was reborn in a new way. Taking on the form of a horned beast, we face off against a malformed version of the king. It's hard to say how much of the strength from his lore is retained at the point we meet him, but for this video I'll assume he is just as strong as he was during his peak, as the Iron King's hammer states that the old Iron King, even when he was thrown into the lava, continued to be a vessel that bred Icarus Earth. For this reason, amongst his three other Lord inheriting contemporaries, the old Iron King is likely the most powerful, as what more would you expect from a spiritual descendant of Gwyn himself? In rare cases, there is a boss in Dark Souls that has its true lore-related strength entirely hidden from the player, but in a scattered assortment of item descriptions, it paints the image of a being so powerful it would bring down some of the greatest enemies in the entire game. The Smelter Demon is a massive iron that was granted life by the old Iron King. Bearing the soul of Gwyn, the old Iron King and likely his loyal inventor Magus Eagle would utilize the power of fire, the Iron Scepter, and likely Gwyn's ability to transfer portions of his own soul to create automatons, as described in the Smelter Demon's soul item description. Many automatons were created, but one stood tallest amongst the others, the Smelter Demon. The version of the demon we're ranking here is the main game lore-relative stronger version of the two. The Blue Smelter Demon, while sharing some of the merit we'll speak about, ranks a few pegs below. Just like the original recipients of Gwyn's primal soul in the first game, these demons, once sworn to their creators, would harbour independent ambitions of their own, even if it unaligned them from the goals of their creator. Much like the four kings of New Londo, we learn the Smelter Demon harboured some antagonism to its master, and unlike the four kings, was actually able to overthrow their master with one single swing, as explicitly stated in the Smelter Sword. This one swing would bring down the old Iron King and drown his kingdom in a pool of molten iron, forever malforming the territory. With such explicit detail on the strength of the Smelter Demon, it's clear it was crafted to near perfection, masters of their own strength with powers able to disrupt pools of lava fit to cover an entire seemingly impenetrable kingdom. We also know the Iron King was no pushover, boasting one of the longest reigning kingdoms the land would ever see and such influence that the world saw his domain as the main hub for trade and commerce, and thus we have to ask ourselves, how immensely powerful must the Smelter Demon be to undo it all in one swipe? When we meet the Smelter Demon from the main game, it's very likely the exact Smelter Demon that brought the old Iron King down in a single swipe, and as we stand trapped in a circular room with this behemoth, a swift death is likely our only concern. Frida's story originally follows a story not dissimilar to our own, only her campaign precedes our entry into the timeline. As we learn, Londor was a rival kingdom to Lothric that continued Karth's influence from the first installment of the trilogy, inspired by the rebellion of the Four Kings and bringing back to life the power of life drain through what is described as a direct influence from Karth, who may have resided in Londor during the events of the third game. We learn life drain was the primordial power that allowed those of the Dark Soul to rip from others their humanity and enrich their own Dark Soul with the goal of consolidating enough of it to contest Gwyn's Age of Fire even during its peak, something Gwyn even acknowledged and thus preemptively subdued by drowning New Londo. However, the teachings of Karth and the power of life drain was not so easily subdued, as many of the Four Kings' men would make it out of New Londo and form the Covenant of Darkwraiths, agents of Karth that would appear through the timeline as a force against the Agents of Fire, consistently combating them in every installment of the series, presenting them as the Abyss's armed wing. After a prolonged conflict, many of these Darkwraiths would settle in a land known as Londor, a place where hollows and all things derived from humanity were given safe haven. We of course can play through a certain ending that in many ways is an alternative ending to the entire series, where we are made familiar with Londor and the Sable Church that govern the state, ultimately bringing together the aspects of Manus through the Dark Sigils and using this to usher in a new age of hollows. However, far before our own campaign with Londor, we also learn of another who came before us and sought this new age too, fighting off the lofty hurdles of gaining an audience with the Soul of Cinder, but ultimately falling short at the final hurdle. This of course was Sister Frida, and one of the three sisters that headed the Sable Church. This makes clear the fact that Sister Frida was unable to muster the power to overcome the Soul of Cinder, and therefore was not powerful enough either in soul or strength to triumph as a new chosen undead. However, just like our own character who failed to link the first flame, she is brought back to Earth due to the bell's tolling. However, unlike us and more like the Lords of Cinder, Frida is completely apathetic to her original mission and instead found a home in a new place where those who have lost meaning could find peace. This of course was Ariandel. Ariandel, however, is of course a parallel microcosm to the original world, but in this world the first flame darkening and hollowing is represented by rot and decay, and the fire that would naturally overcome the rot represented the Dark Soul. But Frida, instead of positioning herself as the radical she once was, looks to instead do the complete opposite. In this, she acts as Gwyn had in the Age of Fire and finds her way to convince Father Ariandel against allowing nature to take form and to subdue the revolutionary forces of fire by sacrificing his own blood to quell the fire and allow stagnation to continue. By the time we meet Frida, she has embedded herself well within the world, even learning the native art of frost sorcery. But this isn't the only aspect of the boss battle with Frida that we can attribute to her being a much stronger entity than the form that originally failed to link the first flame. We also learn she has become much more closely affiliated with the strength of Father Ariandel, and the fight itself requires the chosen undead to face two bosses at once. Nothing is spoken of regarding Father Ariandel's power, but it's clear he is powerful enough to embellish Frida with an aspect of rebirth at his own sacrifice, mirroring his flaying that continues to preserve the realm of Ariandel in its current state. When we combine this with her pre-existing power as a dominant authority of Londor, a place that took direct tutelage from Karth with the same power that made the Four Kings so powerful, Frida, while not great enough to overcome her previous shortcomings, ranks here on the list. Originally known to us as a man named Raim in the main game, the Fume Knight began his life under Vendrick's tutelage and quickly rose the ranks of Vendrick's guard. Much like Velstadt, he would be granted the premier position as Vendrick's personal bodyguard. However, as Vendrick began to fall closer to Nashandra's influence, Raim disavowed her influence and was seen as a traitor. Velstadt, furious at Raim's betrayal, fought Raim, ultimately defeating him. Humiliated, Raim left Drangleic, abandoning his shield, seeking only strength, even if that meant his own self-destruction. Raim travelled far and would eventually find a land covered in a black smog, a smog that reminded him of the darkness of Nashandra. Venturing into the smog, Raim would find an eerily similar presence in this land, Nadalia, the Bride of Ash, a being born from the same fragments of Manus that Nashandra and her sisters were born from. With every intention to defeat Nadalia and wielding the power to do so as described in the Fume Ultra Greatsword, Raim instead found a caring figure in Nadalia, not unlike what he saw in Vendrick. Nadalia consoled Raim, and it was in this consolation that Raim would find an eerie peace, one that caused him to abandon his mission and choose instead to live alongside Nadalia. The Fume Sword tells us he would live alongside Nadalia and her essence would imbue itself into his very being, armament, and his soul. We learn from the Baneful Ring that Raim would find immense power in this relationship, a power great enough to finally defeat Velstadt. Ironically, Nadalia's influence would untemper his vengeance and he would find a home outside of her throne room, forever defending his queen. This is exactly where we meet Raim, much like Velstadt, standing tall at the gates of his monarch. However, where Velstadt has reluctantly become infused by the dark, Raim has embraced it, and it's in this embrace that Raim has adopted incredible strength. When we consider the baseline strength of Raim as standing near adjacent to Velstadt, and the context that he was literally infused with the power of a fragment of Manus in Nadalia, something made clear as Nadalia's physical body is hollow after defeating Raim, we have a uniquely powerful projection of the dark. We know the fragments of Manus in Nashandra, Alsana, and Alana posed massive strength in themselves. Alsana able to freeze an entire kingdom, Nashandra able to corrupt the life force of a living chosen undead in Vendrick, and Alana able to poison a great dragon. This opens the door for the Fume Knight not only being one of the most challenging bosses in Dark Souls 2, but also one of the most powerful enemies in Dark Souls altogether. Contrary to the belief of quite a large section of the community, the Soul of Cinder is not the full force of every lord that has ever linked the First Flame. Much like Gwyn, a great portion of one's power is lost to the First Flame as it burns to preserve the Age of Fire to the natural entropy of the universe and the growing antithetical forces of the Dark, once destined to succeed Gwyn's era. We'll go into this in more detail very soon. In many ways, the Soul of Cinder itself isn't a living being in the same way many other characters are. It's a manifestation of the stage of limbo the world has assumed due to Lothric's dismissal of the right of linking the First Flame, reinforced by the apathy towards the Age of Fire, spearheaded by Sullivan, Londor, and other growing factions taking a dominant position in the post-God landscape. We learn in desperation and an act of lordly intervention, bells were tolled and the world gave its final push for a chosen undead to reperform the rite of linking the First Flame. First, the three previous Lords of Cinder are reborn, something that proved to be ineffective as they had too become apathetic with the ritual itself. So in another act of divine intervention, the bells were tolled again and the Ashen Ones were reborn. These were the chosen undead of previous generations that had previously failed to link the First Flame, but were now given a second chance. During this period, something peculiar was happening at the Kiln of the First Flame. In most cases, the First Flame is defended by a previous inheritor or agents of the previous lord, such as Gwyn in Dark Souls 1 and the Throne Watchers in Dark Souls 2. But in Dark Souls 3, we learn it is the total amalgamation of all chosen undead who linked the flame before, including Gwyn, that now stood in its defense. Mechanically, even from a lore perspective, the Soul of Cinder is a power check for any chosen undead to ensure they host within them a bright enough soul to link the First Flame. But this is where the confusion with so many in the community comes from, as despite being the amalgamation of all chosen undead, item descriptions from Gundyr, the Twin Princes, and even the Soul of Cinder itself point towards another theory suggesting the Soul of Cinder is a representation of the First Flame's power in a world where its relevance is waning. It sources its power from the First Flame, and after the thousands of cycles between Dark Souls 1 and 3, the First Flame is becoming dull, no matter how many times it's relinked. This is exactly why the same animation from Dark Souls 1, where we link the first flame and a massive bright eruption of flame ensues, is only a discrete ember in Dark Souls 3. The first flame is dying, and its material contradictions as a result of Gwyn's unnatural kindling is present now more than ever. Thus, despite the Soul of Cinder being representative of all those before it, it still sources its power from a shrine that is literally symbolized now as ash, not a flame. This is why the Firelink Greatsword specifically relates its strength to a fading flame and the power that sourced the Soul of Cinder as a momentary illumination. However, with this being said, the Soul of Cinder is of course still immensely powerful in relation to most bosses, as it does host extremely unique distinctions within it, including the unique capacity to call forth all major forms of combat through the series, from unique aspects of the protagonist from Dark Souls 1 with the Darkwood Grain Ring, to spells first introduced in Dark Souls 2, to fighting styles accessible only in Dark Souls 3, and of course most notable of its distinctions is the Soul of Cinder's ability to manifest the entire moveset of post-Firelinking Gwyn. But remember, the source of its power is directly linked to the power of the first flame. Dark Souls 3's message from the very beginning cutscene makes abundantly clear the first flame is dulling to an irredeemable level, the irredeemability of the flame literally giving way to the most amount of alternative endings in the entire Souls series. As a final point, due to the nature of the Soul of Cinder being a power check, there are various item descriptions in relation to other bosses that actually give us direct comparative knowledge on strength. I therefore have to concede that if there is a boss who is told to be able to successfully link the first flame in the current age, they too would be able to defeat the Soul of Cinder. Leading perfectly to the original Gundyr. A lot of the story regarding Champion Gundyr has been covered in the previous listing for Iudex Gundyr. For this reason, I'll gloss over his origin story and go straight into why Champion Gundyr ranks higher than Iudex Gundyr on this list. Simply put, the version of Gundyr that would become a judge in the main timeline has suffered both impalement and restriction, as stated in the item descriptions of his soul and prisoner's chain. However, the version we meet in the alternative Firelink Shrine is the version of him that is still in full capacity in overcoming the challenges required to link the first flame. However, ranking Champion Gundyr above those who have already linked the first flame, or beings such as Lothric and Lorien, is dishonest, as there is no concrete milestone Gundyr was able to achieve, just very explicit mentionings of what he could have achieved. However, this isn't to say Gundyr wasn't an incredibly talented warrior. If not for the lack of a Firekeeper, he is explicitly told to have been powerful enough to overcome all the hurdles to linking the first flame, and powerful enough that the authority of the land saw it fit to refashion his role due to the absence of a Firekeeper as a future benchmark for any chosen undead worthy to link the first flame in his stead. It's on this merit Gundyr, donned with heavy armour, an incredibly agile skill set, and a halberd built specifically for him as an eternal aspect of his service, ranks here on the list, limited to a step above the Soul of Cinder due to his unmaterialised potential. Following from the narration around the Soul of Cinder's power being relative to the power of the first flame itself, and thus the version of Gwyn we fight represented through the Soul of Cinder brought down heavily by the first flame in Dark Souls 3 being severely diminished, we can finally now speak about what is without a doubt the most powerful aspect of the first flame to ever exist. This of course being its founder, its champion, and the first lord, Gwyn. The story of Gwyn is the story of Dark Souls' original narration, a being that existed during the Age of Ancients, a being that was the first to find the Fiery Lord Souls. This Lord Soul, the Soul of Sunlight, would allow Gwyn to utilise its power to become the most powerful amongst his peers, who would also find other immensely powerful Lord Souls. Acknowledging the strength of the Soul of Sunlight, Nito, the founder of the Soul of Death, and the Witch of Izalith, the founder of the Soul of Fire, would bow to Gwyn, and Gwyn would assume the title of the Lord of Sunlight, a king to usher in a new era. With this newfound power, Gwyn was able to manipulate light itself, commanding bolts of lightning. Gwyn, followed on by Nito, Izalith, and knights who would become enamored by Gwyn's mission, would rise above the ground and challenge the everlasting dragons. On the corpses of the everlasting dragons, Gwyn, armed with the power of sunlight, ushered in a new age, the Age of Fire. He would become the architect of the entire setting of Dark Souls, building Lordran and devising the bureaucracies to rule over this new age. So strong was Gwyn's soul, he even offered parts of his soul to his most noble warriors that stood beside him during the Age of Ancients, and even when Gwyn was lacking parts of his own soul, he remained the most powerful force in this age. Gwyn would eventually go on to develop a less noble deed. Under the threat of the furtive pygmy and the humanity inherent to his only equal, Gwyn would create the Dark Sign to encapsulate the humanity of beings derived from the Dark Soul, selfishly sealing the fate of the Dark Soul and thus humanity to the Age of Fire. Gwyn's final act would come when the threat of the Age of Fire reared its head as the first flame that fueled the Age of Fire began to dwindle, and once again obscuring the course of history, he would sacrifice his own soul as kindling to the first flame, reigniting the Age of Fire in an immense fashion. By the time we meet him, he has burned to his wick, no longer taking the form of the Lord of Sunlight. Instead, he has become a Lord of Cinder, a champion clutching at the cinders of the Age of Fire as it nears its end, acting as a gatekeeper for a new lord to sacrifice themselves as kindling. This regression of power is most apparent in his inability to use lightning, as in the fight itself, ironically, Gwyn does not cast a single lightning bolt, despite lightning being the most important symbol of his reign during the height of the Age of Fire. Despite this, Gwyn is still physically an immensely powerful god, and while he generously donated a great portion of his own soul to his contemporaries, we learn within him, even after burning at the first flame, was an immensely powerful source of energy, powerful enough that it would remain in the first flame as its final defense mechanism, as we learned in the Soul of Cinder entry. The Soul of Gwyn tells us Lord Gwyn bequeathed most of his power to the gods, and burned as a cinder for the first flame. But even so, Lord Gwyn's soul is a powerful thing indeed. His greatsword going on to say, as a bearer of the ultimate soul, Gwyn wielded bolts of the sun, but before linking the fire, divided that power amongst his children, and set off with only his greatsword as his companion. For this reason, while far from the version of Gwyn that conquered the everlasting dragons, he remains the greatest obstacle any chosen undead would have had to face at the kiln of the first flame, ranking here on the list. The story of Giants follows the narrative of Dark Souls as an almost B-plot to the main story. Giants often exist in a place outside the confines of the primary dialectic in the wider universe. They're not humans and they're not gods, so they don't represent a thesis or antithesis to the dialectical and binary storytelling the series is most known for. What we do know about the Giants is their relationship to the story of more important figures that represent itself as either subjects that were to be conquered or as tools to be used as a means to an end. In Dark Souls 3, however, this binary was broken by Yhorm, as Yhorm did not only become a ruler of men, but also bear the ancestry of a certain giant lord that was once subjugated by the very race that would embrace him. In this, it's likely Yhorm's ancestor was the Giant Lord from the second installment. The description of his ancestor being a conqueror alongside the severe thematic connections between the profaned capital and Dark Souls 2 draws this connection much closer. Coming from the most powerful section of the Giants' lineage, Yhorm's strength would find admiration from the humans of the profaned capital. However, their admiration came from necessity rather than choice, as we learn they valued him for his strength, but held reservations to trusting anyone of his kind. Yhorm paid this little mind and sincerely cared for his denizens regardless of this fact. This leads to the first degree of power we can assume for Yhorm. This acceptance by humans despite their deep-set bigotry is unseen in the trilogy, testament to the power Yhorm represented. A power so great even Yhorm knew he would require some check and balance between him and his people to offer assurances he would not reign as a tyrant, creating two great weapons that harboured the storm itself that could in turn be used by his people to bring him to his knees. Soon enough, Yhorm's rule would coincide with the fading of the First Flame, and the world would be waiting for another chosen undead to link the First Flame. However, for the people of the profaned capital, this issue was twofold, as at its heart were the remnants of a power so antithetical to the Age of Fire that it harboured both the aspects of the Bed of Chaos and even the darkness of the Abyss. We'll go into this in more detail for Pontiff Sullivan's placement, as I'll go deeper into the lore of the profaned flame. But what we do need to know here is that the fading of the flame only empowered this unstable force, and the profaned flame would begin warping his subjects into abominations reminiscent of the Abyss. In this, the dwindling flames of the Age of Fire would affect his people dramatically, and Yhorm would, in due time, be pleaded with to link the First Flame, something he, as a self-imposed servant of his people, would do. However, this is the first time a giant had ever linked the First Flame, and in a cruel twist of fate, the ritual usually reserved for humans would bear disastrous effects, enraging the profaned flame further and exclusively burning every human in his kingdom, as is the nature of a flame linked so closely to humanity. When we meet Yhorm, he is resurrected from his grave, sitting atop his charred throne amongst the victims of his previous actions. Yhorm here likely bears much of the strength he held before linking the First Flame. The fight itself is likely a much greater endeavour than even the fight with the previous Lord of Cinder, already on this list, in the form of the Abyss Watchers, as he suffers no notable handicaps, except for one, a self-imposed one, for the power of the storms previously spoken of is something that lays at the foot of his chamber, and in the hands of a former subject and dear friend of his that survived the capital's destruction. In terms of ranking Yhorm, we can take two approaches. We can assume for one we have decided to take a hold of the Storm Ruler in our battle against him, which in many ways trivializes our fight from both a lore and gameplay perspective, as the weapon was crafted specifically by Yhorm as a means to bring him down even during his peak. The other approach, which is the type I'm taking for a comparative reason, is fighting Yhorm without the aid of the Storm Ruler. This premise helps us rank him against the other bosses fairly. Using this approach, let's list some of the main reasons why Yhorm ranks as high as he does. For one, he is the descendant of a subsection of giants that were likely the most capable of their race, as per the description of his ancestry. We also know that Yhorm was so powerful he may have even superseded his own ancestors and found a unique admiration from the very beings that once subjugated his kind. Furthermore, Yhorm was so convinced that no human could bring him down that he chose to grant his people a self-destruct button to assure accountability. And of course, as is the case for all the resurrected lords, he holds the power to link the First Flame, a benchmark that automatically grants him a high position on this list. From descendant to ancestor, we have the Giant Lord. Why the Giant Lord ranks higher is due to his thematic parallels to the immensity of Vendrick. The Giant Lord's entry on this list is in many ways symbolic of what Vendrick's position was supposed to be, so bear with me as I draw this connection closer. The Giant Lord is two things, the king of the giants, but also in Dark Souls 2's main story, the last giant found under the forest of the fallen giants. There are clear striking parallels between Vendrick and the Giant Lord, both aesthetically but also thematically. In the present day, we meet the Giant Lord in the form of the last giant, likely at the end of his life, with a soul at the brink of dwindling. It's likely the last giant is little more than a sentient bark filled with vengeance at this point. On the other side, we can meet Vendrick, a being who is completely soulless and hollowed, aimlessly wandering around his crypt with little in the way of force. But the thematic tones of both the Giant Lord and Vendrick were likely present even during their heydays. Although we know little about the Giant Lord's rise to royalty, it's likely he was on a parallel trajectory to Vendrick himself, awarded commanding authority over the entirety of the Land of Giants in the same way Vendrick did over the Land of Humans in Drangleic. Vendrick, influenced by Nashandra, would pursue the Land of Giants and wage a prolonged conflict, eventually coming out on top and stealing a special something. This allowed him the ability to create golems, and of course we find out this special something was the Giant's kinship. In this, Vendrick had created a collision course with the King of the Giants, and in some time the Giant Lord would invade Drangleic and cause irreparable damage to the kingdom and just fall short, condemned to be a prisoner in the rubble by an unnamed hero. The Giant Lord is likely the closest parallel we get to the power of Prime Vendrick. Everything in the lore, from Captain Drummond's dialogue to item descriptions of his soul and the Giant's kinship, indicate the Giant Lord maintained the same level of force as Vendrick himself. Bearing thematic parallels and an almost identical stature and armaments to match, in many senses the closest thing we get to facing Vendrick is by travelling through memories back to the past to face off against one of his greatest rivals. The Giants alone are one of the most formidable forces in the game, and even their soul alone was able to be used to revive an old everlasting dragon, as we learn from Uldir. When we consider the Giant Lord was not only just a regular giant, but one who held the greatest, most influential position in their bloodline, one that was so monumental, slaying the beast granted the key to controlling the golems made in their image, we can only assume his strength to either fall just short or on par with Vendrick. It's likely the only reason the giant was brought down was due to the intervention of a certain chosen undead, and without such intervention the Giant Lord would have likely made it to Vendrick himself, converging for what is likely one of the greatest battles in the history of the Soul series. It's no doubt that Nashandra saw the threat of the giants long before any such conflict was realised, and it's likely she knew the only way of overcoming the giants was through an undeclared preemptive strike at a time the giants were least expecting it. The only thing stopping me from ranking the Giant Lord where I'd originally rank Prime Vendrick has everything to do with the lack of information we have about the Giant Lord, and also the context that Vendrick is told to have consolidated all 4 Lord Souls into himself during his prime. With this being said, he ranks here on the list. Switching back over to Dark Souls 1, once again the whiplash between the power of entities relative to Dark Souls 1 can never be understated. As another example of Dark Souls 1 being the era where the gods walked amongst men, we have Ornstein and Smaug. Both are incredibly legendary individuals, so let's start with Ornstein. We learn quickly Ornstein is known to us as the captain of Gwyn's fabled quartet of knights, standing beside the immensely powerful Artorias, Kiran, and Goff. We learn from Goff that many great beings found favour with Gwyn during the crucial moments of the Age of Ancients, where Gwyn, accompanied by the other lords and gods, fought side by side against the everlasting dragons. This may also explain why Ornstein would rise to the position of captain of Gwyn's knights, as we learn he would be amongst the greatest of dragon slayers, adopting and maintaining the moniker of Dragon Slayer even far after the events of the Age of Ancients. We're told Ornstein's inspiration came not from Gwyn but from Gwyn's firstborn son, the Nameless King, and his weapon and fighting style not just a careful imitation of the Nameless King, but a fateful imitation too, something likely acknowledged by Gwyn, enough so that he would grant Ornstein a portion of his own soul, much like he had with the 4 kings and even Seath. We know this is the case as Ornstein's soul states, special beings have special souls. Lord Gwyn granted this soul to his 4 most trusted knights. As we learn from Seath and the 4 kings, Lord Gwyn's soul is an immensely transformative property and likely is the reason why Ornstein's affinity with lightning is matched only by his hero, the Nameless King, Gwyn's firstborn himself. Ornstein was not only greater than any ordinary everlasting dragons, but in many ways he was a peer to the Nameless King too. Ornstein, upon being knighted by Gwyn after the construction of the Age of Fire, would be directly dutied with the protection of Anor Londo, a duty that would become most relevant when Gwyn would leave to link the First Flame. We later learn Ornstein would share this duty with none other than the gleeful executioner known as Smaug. Smaug's story is a little different from Ornstein's. Smaug's hammer tells us Smaug had all the makings to be knighted amongst Gwyn's round table of knights, but he had built a bad habit of grounding the bones of those he was assigned to execute into his own feed, a clear optics issue for the purity at the heart of Anor Londo's bureaucracy. But this does tell us he had the power to be knighted amongst the other formerly recognised gods of Artorias, Kiran, Ornstein and Goth. Furthermore, we learn his consumption of his victims would be accountable to his enlarging size, something that isn't too outlandish as the story of Aldrich follows a similar trajectory too, as the consumption of humans was also the consolidation of their souls and humanity, something that had bloating properties in power and physique. Smaug's egregious increase in power in a similar fashion to Aldrich is further confirmed from the correlation between defeating Aldrich in Dark Souls 3 and being able to purchase Smaug's armor from a vendor right after the event. We know Aldrich used this consumption to become powerful enough to link the First Flame, paying credit to Smaug's own power, and also why Gwyn, despite being disgusted by Smaug's actions, allowed him to remain a defender of Anor Londo beside Ornstein. The combination of these two powerhouses fought at once places them far above most others on this list. While Ornstein was declared none other than the great captain of Gwyn's knights, it would be Artorias' legacy that would be most relevant through the entire trilogy, a god that ran face first into the abyss to challenge a lord who once stood adjacent to none other than Gwyn, the furtive pygmy. While Ornstein was duty to look over Anor Londo, Artorias was given a much more important task related to the preservation of the Age of Fire, to be the first line of defense against the growing threat of the Abyss. We learn initially Artorias would be immensely successful at repelling the conventional opposition from the Abyss, so much so that he would be coronated by Gwyn as a sworn protector of the Age of Fire by being granted the item known as the Silver Pendant, the item itself described as an ancient treasure of Anor Londo. Unbeknownst to Artorias, this pendant would represent the bedrock of his final, most important campaign yet, to face the rising power of the Abyss in Ulasil. It's very likely Gwyn knew what the origins of the Abyss rising in Ulasil was, as of course he once fought side by side by the very same power during the Age of Ancients. He knew this was the enraged aspect of the furtive pygmy now known as Manus, raging against his actions and cursing the pygmy lords with the dark sign, forever binding their dark soul under the oppressive conditions of the Age of Fire. On these orders, Artorias would come to Ulasil with his companion Sif by his side, and be so successful he would find a way directly to Manus' domain. We learn Artorias would put up an incredibly valiant effort in bringing Manus down, and would even find a very temporary stalemate with Manus. However, Manus was able to corrupt Artorias, forcing him to concede and driving him to a place of eternal confusion. Artorias, plagued by the corrupting force of Manus' dark soul and his unflinching loyalty to Gwyn, would aimlessly wander Ulasil, killing both Gwyn's subjects and Manus' corrupted citizens. By the time we find Artorias, he stands at the entrance of Ulasil's township, shieldless and with a self-destructive aggression to everything around him. Here he now fights us as both Gwyn's most talented swordsman, but also Manus' greatest corruption. If we were to rank Artorias at the moment he faced off against Manus and drew his temporary stalemate, admittedly he'd be much further up on the list, as Manus was the rawest aspect of the furtive pygmy we can actually meet. Even a small fragment of Manus turned into the 4 Dark Sisters of Dark Souls 2, testament to its sheer power. However, we learn the version of Artorias we meet is not only shieldless, but his left arm has clearly been damaged, something extremely relevant as we learn this arm was in fact his dominant arm, something made most apparent through the description of the majestic greatsword in Dark Souls 2 that shares his greatsword's design and tells us every last one of the prominent swordsmen who inherited this sword was left-handed, something made even more clear as when wielded in your left arm, we can actually use Artorias' signature attack in Dark Souls 2. In our boss battle, he wields this sword in his right arm, with his left arm clearly flailing as if it was completely destroyed. However, he maintains extremely adept at fighting us nonetheless, and is uniquely able to make use of the darkness that has taken over his own being, expelling Manus' influence against us in this fight. And ultimately, while not the version of Artorias that stood off against Manus, Artorias, even in his confusion, would have his legacy flow through the entire trilogy. Covenants would rise in his image, and a group of warriors bearing his image eons afterwards would even go on to link the First Flame too. Likely originating from the way of the White Church, we know amongst the clerics Aldrich would quickly rise to a place of trust in the Age of Fire, formerly being renowned a saint. When exactly Aldrich became a saint is unclear. Was this before the Church of the Deep or after is not stated, but what is clear is that Aldrich would be one of the first clerics tasked with watching over the deep, a spiritual front line against the forces of the deep that held a characteristic likeness to the abyss and humanity. At the time Aldrich was initially tasked to look over the deep, the force that governed the mysterious entity remained a mystery, but it was clear it was having a profound effect on those that looked over it. In time, as Aldrich kept such close proximity to the area, he would begin to change and a hunger for human flesh would consume him. Though abhorrent in nature, the Way of the White and subsequently the ruling family of the Age of Fire were not entirely averse to his cannibalistic tendencies. As in the past with knights such as Smaug, the ruling family utilised cannibalistic beings as a utility for the state. In the same breath, Aldrich's hunger would be fed, and beings likely criminals and undead would be sent to Aldrich as a form of punishment or disposal. It's likely as Aldrich began his campaign of consumption, it coincided with the rise of the undead plague, therefore the amount of beings he was consuming was enormous. Evidence of the sheer extent of Aldrich's victims can be seen throughout the game, with thousands of graves piled just outside the Church of the Deep. The ruling order would even commission beings to gather corpses to bring to Aldrich en masse. A unique aspect of Aldrich's consumption was his ability to retain the souls of the beings he was consuming, not only enlarging him, but also gifting him their own strength. Eventually, Aldrich would grow so large and powerful that the Church of the Deep would be instructed by their then ruling bureaucracy in the form of the Way of the White and the ruling family of Anor Londo to have Aldrich link the First Flame. In this, Aldrich would be led to the First Flame, and he would indeed succeed as a formal successor to the Fire Linking cycle. Aldrich's story, however, doesn't end here, as once the Bells of Awakening were tolled due to Lothric's resignation from the ritual of linking the First Flame, the old saint was reborn. However, much had changed since the last time he was alive, as the Church of the Deep, from the influence of Sullivan and the Archdeacons, had changed significantly and had broken away from the influence of the Way of the White, now under the new leadership of Pontiff Sullivan. Aldrich, disillusioned with the throne, did not see any motivation to relink the First Flame, and instead lent an ear to the Archdeacons and Sullivan, learning of the new philosophy of the Deep, prophecies of a world that did not require a stagnating, unending cycle, instead boasting of a new world, a place where the peace of the deep would encapsulate all the land. From the item descriptions related to Aldrich's cinders, we learn Aldrich was convinced by the Deacons of the Deep and became emboldened by this new philosophy and was given a new purpose, likely from Sullivan, to consume the old lords and act as a gravitational vessel to usher in a new age of the deep. Sullivan would shepherd Aldrich to the now dominated Anor Londo and offered the weakened Gwyndolin to Aldrich for consumption. Aldrich was on track to be Sullivan's very own god-devouring tool. Aldrich, harbouring the ability to retain the knowledge, strength and soul of the beings he consumed, would go on to consume Gwyndolin and become a perfect vehicle for Sullivan's grand plan. And it's in this state that we meet Aldrich, on the cusp of having consumed Gwyndolin, bearing the hallmarks of the Old Lord and the gravitas of all of those he had consumed before. When assessing Aldrich's position, there are various notable factors that agree with him being the most capable Lord of Cinder. Firstly, he is similar to Yhorm, a Lord of Cinder that was chosen not on the will of his own, but the sheer extent of his power, a being so overwhelmingly strong that the ruling faction of Dark Souls unanimously decided to bring him to the First Flame, assured he would be powerful enough to retain the Cycle of Fire. Secondly, when we combine the knowledge that Aldrich grew more powerful on the consumption of other humans, alongside the sheer extent of humans he had consumed, evidenced by the Road of Sacrifice, it's not difficult to assume Aldrich's power and combined knowledge was immense. Context of this strength can be seen twofold. Firstly, it's likely he was able to manifest the image of Nito on the merit of his consumption of undead. The fact that the blade on the end of his sword is the Gravelord's sword is further testament to this. Secondly, upon resurrection, his ability to consume and correctly summon upon the image of Gwyndolin demonstrates Aldrich's power via consumption is boundless, and the version of him that we face off against is likely even more powerful than the one that would go on to link the First Flame. In this, Aldrich affirms himself the position as the strongest Lord of Cinder we have to face off against in Dark Souls 3. The story of the Twin Princes revolves around the failures of Osiris in raising a fit contender to the kiln of the First Flame. Upon the birth of his lastborn, he would name him after the kingdom and seek to raise the child as a true heir to the First Flame. To Osiris's grief, however, Lothric was born frail, unbefitting of even the blade that would be crafted in these lofty aspirations. In his shadow, however, was Lorien, the elder brother. Ironically, Lorien was, in many ways, the brother that may have actually stood a chance at fulfilling Lothric's legacy. He's consistently referred to as the most capable knight of the domain, and even single-handedly defeated the Demon Prince, mentioned earlier on the list. But Lorien didn't harbour any animosity to the favouritism his frail sibling was given. Instead, he stood by his side throughout his entire life. While there isn't many details on what life was like between the siblings prior to becoming one entity, it's easy to deduce that Lorien loved his brother and chose to conjoin with him willingly, understanding the conjoining of their souls would lead him to sharing the defects with his younger brother, but also his strengths. Lothric's power as an individual is perhaps the most difficult part of this, as it's clear through the context of his Platinum Sword, he was able to utilise powerful faith-based spells, but unlike Lorien, no achievement is given here to indicate context. There are a variety of community notes that suggest Lothric's power in faith is the reason Osiris originally saw him as powerful enough to contest the First Flame, and it was purely his physical defects and inability to walk that would render him unable to do so. And this is precisely why Lorien would take it upon himself to join his own soul with Lothric's so that they could mitigate his physical inabilities and allow Lothric to focus on his grand exertions of power. In this procedure, however, the two would become an immensely complementary pair, Lorien still able to utilise his great blade singed with the power of one of the greatest and longest living demons too. This synergy is best represented in the Twin Princes' greatsword, a fusion blade of their souls that reads, while in stance, cast Lothric's light and cast the flames of Lorien. This combination of such great power is precisely why the prevailing powers hedged their all on the Twin Princes ascending to the kiln of the First Flame and using their immensely powerful twin soul to fire a new age, renewing the cycle. However, within the description of their very soul, we learn they rejected their duty to become a new Lord of Cinder and settled on watching the fire fade entirely. The Twin Princes were supposed to be the real protagonist of this era, the real chosen undead to trailblaze to the kiln of the First Flame, but because they chose against it, the divine bells were tolled and a new champion was forced to rise from the ashes. I'm going to put my hands up and admit my original video on Dark Souls 2 was wrong about Uldir, as a variety of item descriptions have since come to my attention, suggesting Uldir was a far more powerful being than originally assumed. We'll go into these details very soon. Uldir, as we learn, was the elder brother to King Vendrick. Intrinsic in the creation of Drangleic, Vendrick was the brawn and Uldir very much the brains. After his younger brother Vendrick consolidated the four great Lord Souls, Uldir would guide Vendrick in utilising the immensity of this power to shape Drangleic. But Aldyr's most important first act would be to leverage his wisdom and utilize the giant's kinship, pillaged by Vendrick, and aiding in the creation of golems that would be charged with building Drangleic Castle and even paving a route to the kiln of the First Flame. However, as the undead curse began to take prominence in Drangleic, Vendrick in desperation would come to his brother for a solution. Steadfast in the preservation of the kingdom, Aldyr would begin to research the source of the undead curse, dedicating his mana to this research. In this search, Aldyr would invite and amass a great deal of followers and inquisitive great minds, but as they attempted to unveil the nature of the undead curse, a dark shroud would overcome Aldyr's mana as scientific intrigue would turn to nefarious experimentation. Naturally, as the prime subject was the undead curse, Aldyr would fall down a spiral of figuring out the nature of humanity, which of course originates from the Dark Soul. This would encourage Aldyr to begin to send invitations from his mana to people he believed could best uncover this mystery, notably inviting Felkin and even the royal sorcerer Navlan. In the company of these ambitious minds, Aldyr's experiments would start to take an incredibly unethical turn, originally experimenting with the giants and then drakes, and eventually humans too. Aldyr's mana would soon be infamous for these experiments and the mutations caused to those who ventured in. Aldyr would eventually make major leaps towards uncovering the nature of humanity, existing in an incredibly unique place where he's able to recount the events of Gwyn's life, the story of Dark Souls 1 and even Gwyn's betrayal of the Pygmies, the creation of the Dark Sign, and his choice to avert nature's course by burning himself at the kiln of the First Flame to artificially prolong the Age of Fire. Aldyr in this moment would canonize these events as the First Sin, and thus would adopt the moniker the Scholar of the First Sin. Aldyr's research, however, would also bear a variety of other great feats, the creation of a mimic everlasting dragon, as spoken of during the Ancient Dragon's entry, but also the creation of a plethora of spells that would echo throughout the game hitherto. Aldyr, more than any other character, has the greatest amount of items relating to his life, from the Sunset Staff detailing his mastery over dark sorcery, known as hexes in Dark Souls 2, where he was able to create the greatest catalyst for dark sorcery alongside Felkin, to mastering a variety of other spellcasting traditions, and even creating spells of his own that would epitomize this mastery, often overshadowing the traditions they were birthed from. For one, we know he would create a spell known as Soul Geyser, a spell of Seat's soul sorcery tradition that is told to be so powerful it was blasphemous in nature, able to rip apart enemies through the projection of souls until there was nothing left of them. This spell reappears in Dark Souls 3 as the Soul Stream, a spell known only to the great scholars of the Grand Archives. Naturally, due to his research into the First Flame, he would also master fire likely more than anything else, creating what is likely the most powerful exertion of pyromancy in the entire game. This of course is known as the Forbidden Sun. Its description tells us, pyromancy developed in Aldean rites. Fire a giant fireball with a widely encompassing explosion. What could possibly justify such excessive destructive power? Once again echoing the same sentiment as the Soul Geyser as a purely destructive force attributable directly to Aldyr's distinction as a master of all disciplines, but also a historian that built on the stories of the primordial age. Naturally, such eldritch truths would not come without their own maddening effects. As we learn deep within his research, Aldyr would find himself doubtful of his original goal in curing the undead curse, as now that he knew its origins, he knew Gwyn had set the world down a never-ending death spiral of firelinking. In this newfound nihilism, he would take on a grotesque form, becoming a new malformed entity acting as a narrative guide throughout our journey in Drangleic. And at the end of the game, he is a secret boss that stands before us and the choice of how we wish to usher in a new age, knowing full well whatever option we chose would lead to the same inevitability. Uldir, without a doubt, is one of the most powerful entities in the entire series, a boss that encapsulates a mastery over all spellcasting traditions never seen before. It's no doubt Uldir, amongst every other character from each entry of the trilogy, is the most enlightened about the history of the world, and in many ways predicted exactly how the game was going to end, in a death spiral until there was nothing left but ash. Uldir began his tenure as a genius brother to Vendrick. He would later become the most enlightened historian in the entire game, able to recount the primordial history of the world straight back to us, as if he was right there playing the first installment and watching the introductory cutscene with us in the first game. And it's no doubt why he would become such a master of all primordial powers, as in many ways he lived through these events during his research and then built on their legacy with purely destructive iterations of these sources of power bound by the helplessness he uncovered. There are very rarely such fourth wall breaking characters in the game that we can actually fight as a boss, and it's fitting that he is the boss related to the true ending of Dark Souls 2. As discussed countless times related to the previous dragon entries, the power of a dragon is noted relative to how close their descendancy ties them to the original monumental power of the everlasting dragons. Unlike Sin and the ancient dragon from Dark Souls 2, Kalameet's existence may have rubbed shoulders with his everlasting ancestors themselves, as we don't only find him in the earliest entry of the series, but also within the DLC that takes place much within the heyday of the Age of the Lords and when Gwyn himself reigned over Anor Londo. We know the events of the Age of Fire didn't entirely eradicate all ancient dragons, as even upon victory, Dragonslayers still roam the lands hunting down the final bastions of resistance related to the everlasting dragons. While Kalameet is referred to as an ancient dragon, it's easy to get caught up in the colloquialism and presume Kalameet was an everlasting dragon. It's far more likely that Kalameet was a close descendant instead, and was ancient more in the common use of the term, as a dragon that outlasted the Crusades against them and outlived his peers. Hawkeye Goff makes clear Kalameet did not outlive his peers through hiding, rather he did so with pure ferocity. We learn Kalameet was an absolute thorn in the sides for the Age of Fire, as Kalameet was growing accustomed to terrorizing parts of Lordran, Ulasil specifically, just for the sake of it. Goff outright suggests even Anor Londo dared not provoke his ire. Some in the community have taken this to mean Kalameet could take down the entirety of Anor Londo, which in reality is far from the truth, as at this point Anor Londo was filled to the brim with great gods and lords, Prime Gwyn included. It's more likely Anor Londo did not see it as beneficial to provoke a battle with Kalameet due to the disruption it would cause, allowing it to annex a portion of Ulasil for the time being. But within Goff's dialogue too is the context that Kalameet in strength may have been equivalent to the great everlasting dragons. When agreeing to kill Kalameet, he gives us the dialogue that Kalameet is of the same caliber of dragon during the Age of Ancients that would kill 3 scores of their own for each one of them. How Kalameet was so powerful beside the other descendants seems to relate to his unique calamitous abilities related to his third middle eye, able to curse others so that they felt pain much more intensely, an aspect of power that is referred to by Dark Souls 3 as a power that taps into the source of strength that made the original everlasting dragon so powerful, and thus a mark of worship for those that revered the dragons in the future. This is again reinforced by the presence of Black Dragon armaments in Dark Souls 2, and how the dragon form of Dark Souls 2 pays homage to Kalameet rather than the stone everlasting dragons, suggesting Kalameet's incredibly close proximity to the everlasting dragons in strength. Born in Ferosa, the Ivory King found himself quickly being crowned as their highest ranking knight, a feat worthy of notation as Ferosa's entire social hierarchy was predicated on one's strength, giving way for many notable heroes from the region such as Vengal. We learn Ferosa would one day dissolve due to a protracted war with their neighbours, and a great majority of Ferosians would become sellswords, commodifying their most notable trait to maintain themselves as vagabonds. The Ivory King, however, did not take on this profession, for he was bound by a moral compass that originally saw him at the front lines of war whenever his country was under threat. Thus, it was under this treatise he would create a new kingdom to replace the old, this new kingdom of course being Eleum Lois. Built on top of the lasting remnants of the Bed of Chaos, the Ivory King knew only he was of the aptitude to keep this existential threat at bay. Bound by his ambition to protect, he created a kingdom atop this terror. Bringing his faithful knights, he organised a council of talented warriors to watch over the flames, and did so with such great efficiency that the burnt Ivory King's actions may be the sole reason we literally do not encounter a single demon from the Bed of Chaos in Dark Souls 2, a stark contrast between the first game where almost half the bosses are related to the Bed of Chaos. However, as we learn, great kings in Dark Souls 2 often find themselves in the company of a less than ordinary queen. The Ivory King was no exception, as he too had become intertwined with an aspect of Manus, this of course being Alsana. Unlike his contemporaries, however, the Ivory King knew of Alsana's darkness, and due to his underlying morality in being a protector of those who could not protect themselves, he sheltered the queen and bared the weight of both the flames of chaos and the darkness of the abyss all at once. The Ivory King's soul was immense, but as we learn, the souls that burn the brightest cast the biggest shadow, and either at the realization of his hollowing or the power of his dwindling soul, he cast himself into the flames of chaos to forever be bound by it, and use his will as a direct force to keep it at bay. As the Ivory King fought the powers of the Flames of Chaos, he was followed headfirst by his royal knights, who were too in reverence of their king's will and happily gave their own to be by his side. When we meet the Ivory King, it's the only fight in the trilogy where there is a built-in mechanic of gathering help to engage in this fight. The confrontation with the Ivory King is built to be a spectacle from a gameplay perspective, but also helps us understand the gravity of the battle from a lore-based perspective too. But above everything else, the single reason the Burnt Ivory King soars above all else is how he is the primary reason the entire demon population and the remnants of the Bed of Chaos after the events of Dark Souls 1 become redundant in the final two installments. And while yes, us killing Izalith was important in loosening the power of demonkind, it's inferred the Flames of Chaos remained immensely powerful after Izalith's passing, and it was in fact the Ivory King who walked into the Flames of Chaos and forced it into permanent submission that is most relevant to why the Flames of Chaos have become so subdued. While the Ivory King's triumph over the Flames of Chaos would assume he's more powerful than the Bed of Chaos entry later in the list, we have to remember Izalith at this point had already been destroyed by our actions in Dark Souls 1, and thus him overcoming the Bed of Chaos is not directly attributable to him being more powerful than the great Lord Soul-bearing Izalith represented as the Bed of Chaos in Dark Souls 1. However, the demons of Izalith, even without including Izalith herself, were still immensely powerful in their own right, their kind standing tall even against Gwyn's own forces during the Great War against Izalith that would have a major portion of his military forces charred with a black that would become hitherto characteristic of their form. When we combine the Ivory King's enrichment from Alsana's icy powers, something he harbours an unmatched affinity for in our own boss battle against him, in many ways we are up against a similar battle to the Fume Knight, only the Ivory King was powerful enough not to be a contemporary of Velstadt like Raim, but a contemporary to Vendrick himself, as a king who, unlike Vendrick, did manage to subdue the darkness of his queen. True-to-life everlasting dragons are probably the most mythical of all beings in the game, and as much as we're told of their existence, their legendary imagery, totems and stories about their greatness, we only ever meet descendants. We just spoke about Calamite in this sense, his power consistently attempting to appeal to the great strength of true everlasting dragons. But it's not just Calamite. Every other dragon we spoke about had their power related to their proximity to the everlasting dragons. In the chronology of the game, up to this point, the closest encounter we get to a traditional everlasting dragon is against Seath, an albino everlasting dragon stripped of the very thing that made the everlasting dragons as special as they were. So even then, Seath, while monumental in power due to his inheritance of a large portion of Gwyn's soul, is not an authentic experience. But Dark Souls 3 does something very special for us, however. In the final installment of the series, at the literal end of the world, hidden deep below, we are finally given the opportunity to face what is likely the closest representation to the original concept of everlasting dragons in the form of Dark Eater Midir. The old Moonlight, a sorcery we get after defeating Midir, tells us the sword is named after Moonlight, but it is slightly different than the one fashioned off the Pale Drake Seath. Perhaps it's rooted in an older memory, from not long after the beginning. This alone tells us Midir is not just a descendant of the everlasting dragons, but a being of the same origins as Seath, a being that existed at the beginning of the world, and thus Midir is a true everlasting dragon, scales and all. We learned the Slaughterous campaign against the everlasting dragons would almost defeat every everlasting dragon. Seath would survive as he appealed to Gwyn's new order, and for the longest time we thought Seath would be the only ancient dragon to survive. But we learned Midir was kept alive too. We aren't told exactly why, but it likely relates to Midir's unparalleled ability to combat and absorb the elements of the dark. Midir in this sense would go beyond his life as an everlasting dragon and assume one of a dragon that served a kingdom predicated on life itself. This may also explain why his soul states him to be a descendant while also claiming his existence precedes Seath's. Midir's main duty in Gwyn's new world would be to suppress the elements of the dark Gwyn had already sought to place preemptive efforts against. It's no illusion therefore why Gwyn would station Midir at the heart of where he bound the dark soul to the dark sign, in the Ring City. Midir in the times that we meet him is aesthetically very different to what we saw in the prologue regarding everlasting dragons. His scales are scattered and he has been taken a hold of by the dark, now overbearing the entirety of the Ring City. However, Midir remains the largest dragon we can fight in the game by sheer size alone, eclipsing even the Mimic Ancient Dragon in Dark Souls 2, and still holds all of their inherent hallmarks such as the inclusion of fire, but also now embellished by beams of darkness, likely harnessed through his proximity with the Abyss itself. This also plays into the idea that Gwyn may have chosen Midir amongst all other ancient dragons to be forced to join the Age of Fire, as he may have noticed the power distinction between Midir and his peers, and thus saw him fit to join his own forces. This isn't entirely unlike Gwyn, as we know he would do very much the same thing with the demons from Izalith too, repurposing them for a variety of roles throughout Lordran. With this being said, in relation to Midir's strength, we can easily assume Midir is the most powerful dragon we meet in the game, contendable only to Seath. We also learn that Midir has been manifested by the dark but remains faithful to his role in the kingdom, indicating he has been able to contain the darkness without losing track of his role, and even bears the ability to utilize that very darkness in his own repertoire while performing his duties. A truly massive feat when relating Midir to the other champions corrupted by the dark, and then taking into account how long Midir has been consuming the dark for. We also know that Midir has remnant scales of the everlasting dragons as indicated by his body. Shards of his former kin can be seen throughout his figure. In this sense, he holds a close affiliation with the unkillable streak his ancestors were renowned for, exaggerated further by the fact that he is still alive even at the end of the world, truly encapsulating what it means to be everlasting. From everlasting dragon to everlasting dragon, we have Seath. By all metrics, Seath should be weaker than Midir, but it's the caveat of Gwyn's ineffable embedded soul that gives Seath the trump card here. We'll go into what this means shortly. Seath originally existed alongside his primordial kin. However, he was born with a glaring difference. He was scaleless and thus lacked the signature immortality of his peers. During the War of Ancients, Seath, out of bitterness or opportunity, would betray his kin to side with the Lords in bringing the everlasting dragons down, teaching Gwyn of the nature of their scales and techniques used to remove their perceived immortality. Seath joined forces with Gwyn to bring about a successive age, the Age of Fire. Ever grateful, Gwyn offered a portion of his own soul to Seath and gifted him a crucial piece of the land neighbouring the City of the Gods to govern as Seath saw fit. Seath would go on to turn this ground into an archive, a place of study, research and experimentations. Seath would use his influence to experiment with crystals and even expanded much of these experiments to the denizens of Gwyn's kingdom, often to the dismay of Gwyn's closest allies. Unethical as they were mostly unsuccessful, Seath's experiments would spur on the creation of an art that would become one of Dark Souls' most prominent forms of warfare. This is precisely why Seath is described within the game's descriptions as the grandfather of sorcery. So potent was Seath's new form of power, much of the world would notice, and scholars specifically from Vinheim would build an institution named the Dragon School to further study the art. Despite learning indirectly from Seath's influence, they would become so powerful the region would come under the influence of the Academy, making Vinheim the country synonymous with the Academy and giving rise to extremely powerful figures such as Big Hat Logan. Of course, Big Hat Logan's story gives us the best indication as to what power Seath truly held, as he would become the first to venture into the archives with the intention of disseminating the Hermit Dragon's teachings. It's in this we truly learn what power Seath had. The Crystal Soul Spear tells us these pale magic spears sharpened through crystallization are on par with the armaments of the ancient lords, suggesting Seath's crystallized sorcery stood side by side with the literal power of the lords that bear the primordial lord souls, standing beside Izalith, Nito and Gwyn. How this came to be is made clear when we learn beside granting Seath a place of study, Gwyn actually gave away a great portion of his own soul to Seath, and thus may have channeled Gwyn's Lord Soul, told to be the brightest of them all, to generate great strength within crystals. This may also explain why Seath's sorcery is often described as soul sorcery, and while we know dragons don't have inherent souls in the series, Seath on the other hand did have a portion of Gwyn's soul, suggesting it was an exertion of Gwyn's own power to begin with. However, we do know there were some major drawbacks to Seath, specifically his inability to truly patch his weakness compared to his everlasting contemporaries. While he found brief immortality from the primordial crystal found in the rubble of the War of Ancients, it was nothing more than a Horcrux. But it's important not to underestimate the source of power sorcery would become in the trilogy, as almost every great faction, every ruling kingdom, and even great scholar in a wide range of discipline would pay homage to Seath's soul sorcery. And as the perfect practitioner of this power, told to be on par with Gwyn, he ranks here, remaining the greatest dragon to grace the game, empowered directly by an aspect of Gwyn's own power during his own premiership in the world. Remaining in Dark Souls 1, it's time to speak about a god, but not just any ordinary god, but a god born directly from the most powerful god there ever was, Gwyn. Of course we're talking about Gwyndolin, and the de facto second in command to Anor Londo, first in command after Gwyn's absence. All of Gwyn's children are immensely powerful, his firstborn told to harbour the true sunlight that allowed Gwyn to destroy the everlasting dragons, and his daughter Filianor literally holding the fabric of time and space together within the Ring City. It's no surprise Gwyndolin would be placed in charge by Gwyn, as Gwyndolin at this point had already become accustomed to exerting Gwyn's own monopoly of power through the Blades of the Darkmoon Covenant. The Blades of the Darkmoon were essentially the executive wing of Anor Londo, enacting punitive measures towards those that transgress the will of the gods that rule the Age of Fire. What's interesting about the Blades of the Darkmoon was the fact that they all shared this Darkmoon quality in their armaments. For an agent of fire, it's curious that Gwyndolин's power would be represented in such a way. From the description of the miracle Dark Moon Blade, we learned the Dark Moon represented the less savoury acts of the Age of Fire required to enact discreet vengeance to those that opposed the Age of Fire without making it public knowledge that the Age of the Gods could be threatened at all. This is why the Dark Moon appeals to faith-based scaling and thus the belief in Gwyn's sunlight. This in itself plays into the idea that the moon itself is a reflection of the sun during times of dark. Gwyndolin was not only the primary representation of the Dark Moon, but its direct source of power too. This is precisely why Gwyndolin is often touted as a master of illusions, and why he is responsible for the illusion of the sun over Anor Londo. He was more familiar with retaining the Age of Fire's image, despite having an internal dialectical struggle with the antithetical forces behind the scenes. This is also why Sullivan's final act to clutch power away from the Age of Fire was to inherit the power of the Dark Moon by infiltrating the final remnants of the Blade of the Dark Moon's Covenant in Dark Souls 3, as since Gwyn's sacrifice, the Dark Moon has always been the primary force used by the Age of Fire in retaining Gwyn's and the Age of Fire's legacy. Gwyndolin didn't only represent the leadership over the gods in Gwyn's absence, but was also the sole force drawn upon by its devout followers. And while we know Anor Londo's influence would wane tremendously by the end of Dark Souls 3, and while the Great Sword of Judgment suggests the power of the moon had since become less relevant in Dark Souls 3, when we meet Gwyndolin at the height of his power in Dark Souls 1, we are facing one of the most powerful entities in the entire game at the height of their power. The story of the Four Kings, and thus their power, in many ways relate heavily to Seath's own story, as they too were recipients of a great portion of Gwyn's soul before he left for the kiln of the First Flame. We learned from the context in Dark Souls 3 that the Four Kings were likely of pygmy descendancy to the furtive pygmy himself. We learned the pygmy lords and knights were crucial in fighting against the ancient dragons, and naturally many of their knights found great commendation from Gwyn in the early days. We know many would go on to be knighted in the Ringed City, adopting the moniker Ringed Knights, holding heirlooms of the dragons as armaments for themselves. However, a certain four great pygmy knights would rise above all else and be lauded in a manner not dissimilar to Seath. They would be granted a portion of Gwyn's own soul and given the right to rule over a neighbouring kingdom to Anor Londo itself. This place would be known as New Londo. However, in time, a serpent named Karth would come to the city and converse with the Four Kings, teaching them of their nature as beings of humanity and thus the dark. Enlightening them on the nuances of humanity and the dark soul inherent to all men, the Four Kings lended an ear to the serpent, and Karth would eventually teach them of Gwyn's treachery against humanity and how he sealed their fate by misleading their kin in adopting the dark sign and thwarting the natural course of nature, where humans would rise above the lords and bring about an age of dark, an age that put humans above their godly masters. Susceptible to Karth's words, the Four Kings would become distasteful of Gwyn. This distaste would lead the Four Kings to developing a rebellion against the gods. In time too, Karth would teach the Four Kings a means to challenge the gods head-on. These means would be the art known as Life Drain, the ability to utilize the magnetic force of humanity against the gods, a means of using the Dark Soul itself to accelerate nature's course. With their newfound power and the knowledge of Gwyn's oppression, the Four Kings would teach the art of Life Drain to the warriors loyal to them in New Londo. This would lead to the development of the Dark Wraith Covenant, a society of men equipped with the power of Life Drain, ready to challenge the Age of Fire directly. However, much like he would with Manus' awakening, Gwyn would eventually learn of the Four Kings' treachery and, in pure brutality, preemptively drown New Londo, killing millions and sealing away the Four Kings. The Four Kings, however, would find refuge deep below New Londo in the Abyss and lay dormant, waiting for their time to challenge the gods once again. Just from the origins of the Four Kings, we learn quickly they were the first segment of Pygmy Lords directly lineated from the furtive Pygmy that fought side by side with Gwyn during the War of Ancients, and even prior to having embedded a portion of Gwyn's own great soul, they had become venerated as rulers purely on the strength of their campaign in aiding destroying the great everlasting dragons during the War of Ancients. We know pygmy lords born directly from the furtive pygmy were immensely powerful just on their proximity to the dark soul inherent to the furtive pygmy, with their lords and knights venerated as rulers purely on this relation in the Ring City. The four kings were not only directly related, but also immensely powerful knights that rose above all during the most pinnacle moment of the game's history. And in the moment we face the four kings, we face not only the great pygmy warriors who fought beside Gwyn, or beings that were directly enriched by Gwyn's own soul to rule a city that stood beside Gwyn's own home in the Land of Lords, but also beings that were chosen by Karth to bear the power of life drain and represent the dark soul rebelling against the Age of Fire after Manus was killed. Karth, despite being alive throughout the trilogy, was always careful with his endorsements, and after Manus, it's not surprising he sought the next closest being related to the power of the Dark Soul in the Four Kings. As has been made abundantly clear through this list, proximity to the primordial sources of power present in the first game are indicative to how powerful any boss from the following games are too. For example, we measure the power of dragons and drakes on their genetic proximity to the everlasting dragons, the power of beings of the dark soul to their proximity to the furtive pygmy, such as the previously spoken of four kings, and the power of demons on their proximity to the chaos flame inherent to the bed of chaos. However, for some, we have beings that not only explicitly have close proximity to the primordial powers, but also bear distinct achievements that raise their profile further than just this premise alone. This is most relevant, of course, to the Nameless King. Interestingly, the Nameless King, while drawing power in a similar fashion to the gods of Dark Souls 1, is present only in Dark Souls 3. In this, his story actually begins by taking us all the way back to the beginning of the world and the War of Ancients. While the game often speaks on the influence of Izalith, Gwyn and Nito during these events, of course we learn there are figures within this war that bear near equal impact on the outcome of the war. Previously we spoke about the Great Four Kings and of course Ornstein, but if you were paying attention we also learn of another great dragon slayer so powerful he was known as a literal god of war. If we do a bit of digging, we learn that this god of war was also born from Gwyn himself and described by the Great Lightning Spear Miracle as the sole inheritor of Gwyn's sunlight and the true heir to Gwyn himself, putting Gwyndolin's position into disrepute. As we progress through the first game, we also uncover this firstborn son of Gwyn was banished by Gwyn and etched out of the history of the royal bloodlines, and by the time we reach Dark Souls 3 with most of the royal bloodline drawn powerless, forgotten or even imprisoned, you'd be forgiven for believing this so-called god of war and firstborn son of Gwyn has either withered away or was always just a mythological tale. But in a twist of fate, this so-called god of war is alive, and if you're brave enough to venture into the corner of the world at the top of its greatest peak, we can actually meet him. Sharing a resemblance to his father both in attire and in power, he is bursting with lightning, singing true to his inheritance, something we likely never see in the entire timeline, as the closest we get to this level of sunlight power is a dwindled Gwyn at the end of his life, drained of his sunlight and left in cinders. From the description of the Great Lightning Spear and the nature of what miracles are in the game, we learn every other version of lightning spells we have thus encountered are literally just the projection of those who have faith in the old stories of Gwyn, but only the Nameless King could truly conjure the real lightning bolts of sunlight associated to Gwyn due to his own direct lineation from Gwyn and his primordial Lord Soul of Sunlight. This in itself also explains why the greatest version of the Lightning Spear we can achieve in both Dark Souls 1 and 2 are obtained directly through the Warrior of Sunlight Covenant. As we learn, the Covenant itself has a broken shrine inherent to it in every game it appears in. And of course, we learn these broken shrines depicting a great hero were that of Gwyn's firstborn son, who had his imagery wiped from the lands due to his treachery. Thus explaining why the Sunlight Spear in both Dark Souls 1 and 2 are the most powerful sunlight spells, as they don't channel the faded soul of Gwyn, but channeled his living and breathing son, the Nameless King. As we near the end of the list, it's about time we revisit a bona fide primordial god, a being that found a primordial Lord Soul beside Gwyn, Izalith, and of course, the furtive pygmy. We learn from the narration in the first cutscene that Nito utilized the power of disease and decay to bring down the everlasting dragons. We likely see many of the consequences of his actions in the form of various remnants of everlasting dragons in Lordran. Even when we arrive, there are certain dragons that are heavily decayed, with only portions of their bodies remaining, clearly evidence of Nito's miasma. In this sense, it seems Nito's efforts may have only been comparable to Gwyn's very own sunlight spears in taking down the dragons. However, we get more context as to Nito's distinction in power from the description of the effigy shield. It reads, "In an ill-fated plot to destroy the very gods, the followers of the occult once attempted to steal the power of Gravelord Nito." Of course, this relates entirely to the story of a certain pact of Gwyn's own loyal soldiers that sought to harvest god-slaying powers. We learn this occult began with Havel, who was dissatisfied with Gwyn's choice to allow Seath political immunity in carrying out unethical experiments. In this, Havel would form a rebellion of an unknown assortment of men to bring Seath down. Crucial to his plan was to steal an aspect of Nito told to be a bane to the very gods themselves. Seath, being a recipient of Gwyn's Lord Soul, was going to require such measures. While the rebellion itself was quelled quite promptly by Gwyn, it does give us important information that there was something intrinsic to Nito's power that held god-slaying properties. We know Nito's power extends far beyond just his miasma. We know of his control over those in death through his necromancy, but we also know of his transcendent powers described in the Dark Drift in Dark Souls 2, which reads, "This katana was originally wielded by the one who gave us first death, and still exists imperfectly between planes." This is made more relevant as we also learn in a weird way Nito, unlike Gwyn, the Witch of Izalith, and in some ways the Furtive Pygmy, was the only primordial lord that retained the entire strength of his original Lord Soul. We know the Furtive Pygmy separated the Dark Soul into humanity so his Pygmy descendants could live on. Gwyn separated his Sunlight Soul to the gods he deemed worthy of governing his Age of Fire, and Izalith's Fiery Lord Soul was twisted by the Flames of Chaos in an attempt to mimic the First Flame and birth the demon race. But Nito's soul is not told to have been divided in this fashion, at least not willingly. We do know Pinwheel did steal an aspect of Nito's power, and while it's not told explicitly what this meant for Nito's own power, from Pinwheel's entry we learn this aspect of Nito's soul was sufficient enough for Pinwheel to rise as the de facto leader of the catacombs that neighboured Nito's own domain. In many ways, Nito is, at the time we arrive in Lordran, the only primordial lord as strong as the original narration from the beginning of the game dictates. Embellished further by the context of his god-slaying properties, Nito soars above as one of the greatest bosses in the entire trilogy. Just as much of a wildcard as it was in the first video on ranking the bosses in Dark Souls, we have crossbreed Priscilla. Priscilla is presumed to be the crossbreed of both dragon, maybe Seath, and god, maybe Guinevere. In truth, this doesn't really matter as however ambiguous her origins are, the subtlety is spared when discussing her power. When Nito's god-slaying properties are spoken of as potentially relevant to those who seek to contest the gods, Priscilla is openly and outrightly described as the antithesis of all life, and a truly feared being by the gods themselves. A major aspect of Priscilla's power is found within her ability to utilize what is uniquely referred to as Life Hunt. In truth, we are not given much context as to why Life Hunt itself was so dearly feared by the gods, but it may relate to it being a synthesis of the power of the everlasting dragons combined with the power of the gods related to her heritage. Regardless, the ability was so threatening that the gods preemptively imprisoned Priscilla in the painted world of Ariamis, a plane of existence outside of the framework of the main universe, and the dumping ground for things Gwyn feared were threatening to the Age of Fire. We learn Priscilla didn't even intend to utilize this power at all, let alone overthrow the gods. Thus we can take her exile as a testament to how deadly of a threat her potential power was, as perceived by Gwyn himself. We know even Nito, who held god-slaying properties, was left to his own devices in Lordran, so we can only assume the true nature of Priscilla's strength and the power of Life Hunt itself. We eventually learn that Priscilla was never really held down in Ariamis. She retained the ability to leave whenever she wanted, however chose instead to stay and look over the residents who found solace in the painted world. The trickiness of this entry is, of course, depth. We have very openly stated information about Priscilla's strength in context to some of the greatest beings in the game during their prime, but we don't really have a clear understanding on the nature of the power itself or where it was sourced from, and thus that remains the primary difficulty when placing Priscilla. But on the virtue that even Gwyn saw Priscilla as an existential threat, even in all of her passiveness, leaves us to believe she even dwarfed the power of beings such as Nito. Where Priscilla only posed a threat to the Age of Fire, the Bed of Chaos realised this threat in the form of demons and caused what is likely to be the foundation for the longest war in the entire trilogy. While the actual boss fight with the Bed of Chaos in the game is absolutely awful, in truth, if we take the Bed of Chaos in context to where we meet it during the Dark Souls timeline, our encounter with the bedrock of all demonkind should have been an absolute spectacle of a boss fight. This is because, in truth, the Bed of Chaos is more than just one of the lords who found the Fiery Lord souls below the earth. The Bed of Chaos is the foundation to a race so powerful, even Gwyn during the height of his power was unable to properly stop them. This conflict spans the 3 games and only dies down with our intervention killing Izalith herself and the Ivory King's actions in suppressing the Chaos Flame that burned even during her death. But still, even after these events, the demons remained alive all the way to the literal end of the world in the Ring City. And when we draw back the curtain behind all of the greatest demons, a civilization that had unique culture and architecture, and the home to the source of power all pyromancers drew their strength from, is of course the Bed of Chaos, the unintended consequence of the primordial Lord Soul bearing Witch of Izalith's ambition, a malformed lord who birthed a kingdom to rival both the dragons and the gods. When we speak about the strength of the Bed of Chaos, there are a wide variety of factors we have to consider, more factors than almost every other boss on this list. For one, we know the Bed of Chaos is the mutated form of the Witch of Izalith after her attempt at mimicking the First Flame. The Witch of Izalith stood equal only to Nito and Gwyn in her efforts against the Everlasting Dragons, and we know as her soul became warped into the Flames of Chaos, the original form of her power may have changed dramatically, but its influence remained just as potent, if not more potent altogether, enough so that would birth the tradition of pyromancy in the place of fire sorcery, and even gave way to powering a new race of beings that stood adjacent to humans and gods. These of course were the demons. Demons themselves are directly told to be powered by the Bed of Chaos, and even after the Bed of Chaos was destroyed, the remnants of the Chaos Flame left over would remain powerful enough for demons to continue imposing their presence all the way to the end of the game in the Ring City. Furthermore, the power of pyromancy is not to be understated either, as we learn from Quelana, who was the bona fide daughter of Izalith, that pyromancy and the ability to nurture and project the power of the Chaos Flame created by the Bed of Chaos became the bedrock for many societies. We know Solomon, her direct mentee, would go on to create the Society of the Great Swamp, and the Great Swamp would give way to immensely powerful pyromancers such as Cornyx. The Karthus Pyromancy Tome even tells us of another great kingdom known as Karthus, told to be the most immense and wide-reaching in the entire timeline, and how Wolnir's rule was underpinned by his mastery over pyromancy, many eons after Izalith's own demise. When we face the Bed of Chaos, we don't only face off against a lord who carries a great primordial lord soul found at the precipice of the world, but a literal nuclear reactor with its source of power being a primordial lord. Quelana, in the immediate moments of Izalith's mutation, speaks of pyromancy having the ability to really make immense influence in the world. True to her words, it does, even eons after it has dimmed. And as we know, the power of pyromancy is relative to how close the flames were to its original source of power, the Chaos Flame, and thus the Bed of Chaos and Izalith. When we face Izalith during this period, we don't just face pyromancy at its height of power, rather we face pure pyromancy incarnate. To understand the immensity of Sullivan's strength, we have to first trace his story, as it is his campaign to power. Sullivan was born in the painted world of Ariandel. As we learn, Ariandel is in many ways a microcosm universe of the main game, under a plague of rot that mirrored the stagnation of the Age of Fire. The Snap Free spell tells us Sullivan, a young sorcerer proficient in the regional spellcasting art of frost sorcery, would leave Ariandel due to reasons that are likely related to the stagnation of Ariandel and feelings of alienation caused by his lack of belonging, as Ariandel had become a refuge for those who had experienced loss. But as Sullivan was born native in Ariandel, he never truly did feel that loss. Eventually he would arrive in the more familiar universe in the series. However, to his disappointment, this new world, though grander in scale, was facing the very same issue in the form of the Age of Fire, a stagnating cycle that was turning the world to ash rather than rot, but stagnating nonetheless. Unlike Ariandel, however, Sullivan saw an opportunity to change the nature of this world, and in this, according to the profaned greatsword, grew a grand ambition to be the material change in the world. Initially, much of this grand ambition was built on the assurance of using the profaned flame under Irithyll for power and influence. Thus, his first task was to harness this power, something he was able to do by means unknown to us, but not necessary to know, as what's important is he would find a means of harnessing the profaned flame for himself, weaponizing it into his own blade, and amassing followers who too were able to manipulate this source of power. We've touched lightly on the profaned flame thus far, but it's important to know what the profaned flame is to really contextualize Sullivan's hold over it. The weapon Eleonora tells us the profaned flame reaches back in the past to a certain oracle. The only character in Dark Souls ever given this moniker is, of course, the Oracle Alsana, the shard of Manus that would devote herself to the containment of the old Chaos Flame. There are various other clues to indicate the profaned capital and profaned flame tie intimately to Dark Souls 2, such as that of the body of Gilligan and even the Ornuslayer Greatbow. In this, the profaned flame is likely linked to the vestments of another great flame, the old Chaos Flame, but it's unfair to suggest the profaned flame is just another name for the old Chaos, as we learn from item descriptions that Alsana's descendants, likely originally holding back the old Chaos in Alsana's passing, would eventually create the profaned flame due to the curse the women all bared. The curse in question is likely the abyss inherent to all descendants of the Shard of Manus that would become Alsana. It's therefore more likely that the profaned flame is not just the old Chaos, but the combination of Alsana's darkness alongside the old Chaos. In this, the profaned flame represented the true antithesis to the Age of Fire, as the greatest historical threats to the Age of Fire were both the Chaos Flame of Izalith and the Abyss, aspects Gwyn spent the majority of his life fighting against. It's therefore not surprising that Sullivan, allured to the idea of overcoming the cycle of the Age of Fire, found an opportunity in harnessing its inherently dual revolutionary power. With the first act complete, Sullivan would move on to his second, to infiltrate the heart of the Age of Fire's lasting bureaucracy. We learn Sullivan, with the immensity of his newfound strength, would find his way to Anor Londo and rise the ranks of the Dark Moon Covenant, reaching its upper echelons and being granted a ceremonial sword that epitomized the judgment of the moon. However, unbeknownst to the Covenant, Sullivan's intentions weren't guided by a deep faith in the old gods. Instead, he revered change, and thus fell closer to the elements of the revolutionary power of the Dark. The Great Sword of Judgment tells us a ceremonial sword held in Pontiff Sullivan's left hand, representing the judgment of the moon, but with magic far closer to sorcery than any existing lunar power. Its dark blue hues, deeper than the darkest moon, reflect Sorcerer Sullivan's true nature. Now at the milestone of his second act, Sullivan held in his right hand the profaned flame representing the antithetical powers to overthrow the current age, and in his left hand a display of his command over the power of the gods too. But it would be his third act that would actualise Sullivan as not just an ambitious sorcerer from Oriendel, but a tyrant to violently steer the course of the world forever. In his third act, Sullivan would begin his campaign against the gods. During Sullivan's height as a champion of the Dark Moon Covenant, something was happening to the Covenant's figurehead. Gwyndolin was falling sick. It's unclear as to what level of influence Sullivan had in this, but there are plausible theories that suggest his close proximity and influence over the deacons that oversaw the capital may be the cause of his sickness. Due to Sullivan's high position in the Order of the Dark Moon Knights, Sullivan would build a close affiliation with the tight-knit religious order of Anor Londo and would eventually come to find himself in the company of a group of ministers who oversaw the deep, a subtle church that looked over a sacred site that echoed aspects of the dark. Sullivan, with an already established affinity for the dark as a means to usurp the Age of Fire, would build a relationship with Archdeacon MacDonald. By this point, the Archdeacon had already found an affinity for yet another revolutionary force deep in the depths of the church, and by the time Sullivan had come into the picture, it's likely he would become privy to MacDonald's unique worldview and would collaborate with MacDonald to further the affinity for the deep into all facets of the old religious order. And once everything lined up, from his allegiance with the archdeacons to his position in the Dark Moon Covenant and the eventual resignation of Gwyndolin as the prime overseer of Anor Londo, Sullivan did what he does best, and acted precisely. Utilising his leverage, he would appoint himself as the new overseer, under the title of Pontiff. The remnants of the Way of the White would willfully submit to Sullivan, and many of the remaining heirs of Gwyn's lineage in Anor Londo would subsequently flee. In this exile, Sullivan would capture a royal princess, who would eventually become the Dancer of the Boreal Valley, as mentioned earlier in this list. Sullivan would more notably too imprison Gwyndolin in his bedchamber. Bringing together his forces from the Profaned Flame and his established dominance of Anor Londo, Pontiff Sullivan would erect his kingdom at the foot of the old royal palace and develop a command of outrider knights befit with rings that allowed his influence to take a hold and his omnipresence to remain established in the entirety of the land. It's very likely the now Pontiff Sullivan was the strongest force in the entire land, having usurped the lasting influence of Gwyn's royal lineage. With all the power required to bring an end to the Age of Fire, the Pontiff would learn of the presence of a new chosen undead, Lothric and Lorien, incredibly powerful twins set to become the new Lord of Cinder. The Pontiff, wielding some of the greatest sources of power from the Profaned Flame, Dark Moon sorcery, and even aspects of the Deep, could have quite easily used his force to change Lothric and bring the Twin Princes down, but Sullivan, ever so cunning, saw another method. Instead of waging war, Sullivan studied the socio-economic turmoil that had fallen to the last remaining kingdom of the old gods, and instead of sieging Lothric, carefully placed his incredibly powerful outrider knights, including Vort and the Dancer, at key points in Lothric, entrapping the kingdom and guarding against the Twin Princes' ambition to link the First Flame. Thankfully for Sullivan, by this point the Twin Princes had also come to the same conclusion and had already disavowed their birthright. In this, Sullivan did not just harvest a mastery in the moon, the fires of the Profaned Flame, frost sorcery of Oriendel, and an unmatched sphere of influence, but he also guaranteed the remaining opposition were deadlocked to simply watch as the flames faded. In this, we can therefore attribute the Pontiff's influence and strength as being directly linked to why Dark Souls 3 is such a notable chapter in the history of the franchise, as this was the first time in the cycle that there has been such a notable disruption to the rigid order of the world, a feat directly attributable to Sullivan's campaign. Just before we meet him, Sullivan would conspire with the deacons to rear Aldrich back to Anor Londo, and finally bring a formal end to the royal family by eating the remaining descendants, including Gwyndolin, seeing Aldrich as the vehicle to how he was to blow his final strike into the heart of the Age of Fire. Sullivan wanted to use Aldrich by letting him become so powerful that the philosophy of the Deep, a philosophy in direct contrast to the Age of Fire, as per the description of the Aldrich Faithful item, would become materially the only option. And it's at the peak of this campaign that we actually meet the Pontiff, standing before us in all his might, at the doors of Anor Londo. his Outrider Knights forcing his presence in the world, and a Lord of Cinder tightly held under his influence. Our fight with the Pontiff is by all measures one of the greatest challenges in the game. We are facing a man who has harnessed the power of Ulsana's darkness and the vestments of the old Chaos Flames in the form of the Profaned Flame, the Dark Moon's lunar influence from Gwyndolin himself, and even the depths of the Church of the Deep from the source of its very power. A being that was so powerful that he was able to malform a direct descendant of Gwyn's bloodline into a raving puppet. When we think about how Dark Souls 3 ended with Gale at the end of the world, it's not a difficult task to assume in another world where the Pontiff went unchallenged by our protagonist, he would bring about the end of the Age of Fire through his own means, and would find a means to merge the fabric of the Dark Soul himself through Aldrich and suffocate the fire in a sea of the deep. It's in this the Pontiff secures himself the third greatest position on this list, trumping even the Nameless King as not just a master of one art, but the master of many, powers that bear the strength to challenge the legacy of Gwyn himself. This is precisely why cut content suggests Sullivan was originally posed to be the final boss, a champion on a parallel trajectory to our own, seeking his own end to the story. Manus' story is the story of the Furtive Pygmy and the Dark Soul itself. While the Dark Soul, despite being the namesake of the game itself, is an elusive concept to begin with, at the end of the world we have an answer to what the Dark Soul is. The Dark Soul is the fourth soul found at the precipice of the changing world, a primordial Lord Soul that was inherently different to the other Fiery Lord Souls, a soul that was held by a small and quiet creature, known later as the Furtive Pygmy. Not unlike Gwyn, the Furtive Pygmy held this soul and saw a future bound to its presence, a peaceful future where his children could live in equality, unbound by oppressive social structures. His children, we learn, would be known as the Pygmies and the forefathers to humans, and thus this is why humanity is, in its rawest form, a part of the Dark Soul, and thus colloquially interchangeable. The Dark Soul was a dialectical opposite to the Fiery Lord Souls. It wasn't prideful or belligerent, it was quiet and deep like the sea. This is why the Church of the Deep was an entity of the dark, and much like the sea it consumed like a cosmically heavy weight, a gravitational force of nature, a pending singularity, and the great equalizer for all things. The Dark Soul was to represent the Age of Fire's heat death, a promise of equality in entropy. Alternatively, Gwyn's Soul of Sunlight was the opposite. Fire and light were loud and forceful, they pushed without restraint. Fire had the ability to change a stagnant world of everlasting dragons into one that was filled with life. And thus, with the advent of Gwyn's Age of Fire and the destruction of the everlasting dragons, Gwyn had dibs on setting society's structures, building a hierarchy of deities, lords, and slaves. Or in other words, humans. We learn from the Ring City this hierarchy was created by Gwyn, as he knew more than anyone else that ages were susceptible to revolutionary shifts, because as we learn, he was once upon a time a vanguard of his own revolution, and knew from the offset the Dark Soul held this property too. And this is also when we learn why the Furtive Pygmy is described as furtive, because it likely knew the Dark Soul held within it the power to overthrow Gwyn, but chose to allow for the Age of Fire to inevitably dim due to its own material contradictions, and allow nature and entropy to take its own course, and thus it tolerated the Age of Fire's oppressive conditions, as it knew the future held a more equal age for humans under the Dark Soul. So in the beginning of the world, the Furtive Pygmy would even aid Gwyn in defeating the everlasting dragons, and only then would he peacefully wait, waiting for his time to emerge and to create a new world. But of course, as we learn, Gwyn saw this, and as the Age of Fire began to dim, he couldn't stomach to watch the loss of his age, and took desperate measures to preserve the contradictions of the Age of Fire by bribing the Pygmy Lords with positions of authority in exchange for the Dark Sign, a permanent indelible mark on their humanity, forcing nature's stagnation. Uldir canonizes this event as the beginning of the first sin, something brought to a head when Gwyn would sacrifice himself to artificially preserve the Age of Fire for eternity, utilizing the dark sign as a mechanism for humans to follow in his stead, propagandizing the concept of a chosen undead to sacrifice themselves to preserve an age inherently contradictory to their own coming age once promised to them by nature. While initially the furtive pygmy lay within the abyss in a deep slumber, confident nature's course would give him a platform to create a new age for humans. A serpent named Karth would travel to his resting place and inform him of Gwyn's treachery. This would absolutely infuriate the furtive pygmy, relinquishing his furtive form and becoming a wild aspect of the dark soul, ready to forcefully deal with Gwyn's transgressions and undo the Age of Fire himself by forcing the humanity inherent in his children to also become a proxy for his rage. The furtive pygmy, now known as Manus, just by mere presence, would begin creating a whole new ecosystem under Ulasil, with pure humanity sprites being brought to life and proximity with the raw humanity able to kill a player purely on contact due to its effect on our own humanity. This is an aspect of the Abyss never seen literally in any other instance in the game, reaffirming that Manus is the most prominent form of the pure dark soul we can encounter, birthed from the very being that held a soul at the precipice of the new world. We know even if we defeat Manus, the shattering of his soul would cause massive ripples in the world, with tiny aspects, as described by Dark Souls 2, going on to become monumental forces of power, able to corrupt even the Lord who bear the four Great Lord Souls within the case of Nashandra, and in Alsana's case able to enclose the entirety of the Bed of Chaos in ice. And in Dark Souls 3 it re-emerges as the Dark Sigils and fragments that are necessary in building out a new age of hollows, seemingly succeeding the Age of Fire at the end of the game, giving us an alternative ending reaffirming how immense this single moment against Manus is in the entire timeline. When we delve into the Abyss, we don't only fight the being that defeated Artorias or destroyed an entire town by presence alone, nor do we fight just any version of the Abyss. We fight the father of the Abyss itself, the entity that stood beside Gwyn in the early days of the universe. The key distinguishing factor between Manus and Gale, while both inherently powered by the Dark Soul, is the knowledge that Manus, while the furtive pygmy at one point in his life, and the holder of the Dark Soul in its entirety, was at the point we meet him a somewhat divided creature. Manus gave away a great portion of his soul to his pygmy children, who had their power locked away from them by Gwyn's treachery. Gale, however, would be responsible for putting it back together, and showing us what it truly means to face the fully complete Dark Soul, personified in a being that represents all the oppression and anger inflicted upon humanity since its inception. There is often a plead from the community that argues the strongest being in the game is, of course, the player character, as who is more powerful than the one being that brought down all others from Manus to Gwyn to Sullivan and Gwyndolin. And while there is no one canonical being that slayed every boss in the game, there is someone who comes eerily close. A being that existed since the dawn of man, a being that explicitly stares right back at us as a mirror image of every playable chosen undead we have ever played as, all the way to the literal end of the world. If you skipped Manus' entry, I urge you all to go back as it contextualizes the power of the Dark Soul itself, but what's necessary to know here is that the Dark Soul is the antithesis to Gwyn's Soul of Sunlight. The furtive pygmy stood adjacent only to Gwyn. This is made even clearer from the Ringed City as we learn those born of the furtive pygmy were intrinsic in overthrowing the Age of Ancients, but these efforts are willfully omitted by Gwyn's narration of the world because he feared the power he fought beside. He feared what he knew was inevitable, the Dark Soul contesting his own Soul of Sunlight. This is exactly why time and time again in each game from Vendrick to even us as the players are always human, because humans, aka the descendants of the pygmies, are at the end of the day the only force able to make an impact on the world during times of crisis. This is why Gwyn's prophecy of a being able to kill all four lords and link the first flame are always targeted towards a chosen undead, rather than a chosen god or lord. This is also why the primordial serpents rely on humans too. The power of humanity is precisely the reason Gwyn tricked the Pygmy Lords to accept the Dark Sign, posing it as a gift for their servitude during the War of Ancients, but instead of a gift, it was more so a trick and a mechanism to tie the preservation of the Age of Fire to a race that was supposed to be responsible for its succession. We know the cycle only exists because many undead would take heed of Gwyn's recruitment drive and die in the name of rekindling the Age of Fire. However, quiet rebellions would take place throughout the timeline. Of course, we previously spoke about Manus, but we also spoke about the Four Kings, the story of Life Drain, New Londo, and the Dark Sisters of Dark Souls 2, and even Sullivan's use of the Deep. It's these actions that would later underpin the rebellion of the Dark Soul throughout the timeline as it sat in the shadow of the First Flame. It's these actions that underpin the Dark Soul's resilience, and in the end, it was the Dark Soul that forces nature's hand and is left at the end of the world finally ready to begin its new age. And who better than a lowly slave knight to carry this mantle? While Manus was the story of the Dark Souls' inception, Gale is the story of the Dark Souls' persistence. It's the combination of every silent rebellion and the suffering of humanity all together. While Gale's own story is non-existent in terms of direct narration, in many ways that is precisely what it's supposed to be. We learn that he was nothing but a slave knight, a creature that fought and died for the powers that be without any personal purpose or foresight. Gale was always a means to an end. Gale's narrative story in Dark Souls 3 begins when he makes himself known to us. In this, we learn through the countless years of death and rebirth, he had found himself in the land of Ariandel. As discussed in Sullivan's own entry, Ariandel had become a haven for beings that had no place in the original world, a place where even outcasts could call home. Unsurprisingly, Gale too found a home here, and in time he would also find true meaning. Meaning grounded in the one thing Gale had over anything else, a willingness to give himself to a cause. But this time the cause was not to be used as a means to an end for an uncaring authority, rather one that was bound by preserving a world that housed those who were just like him. Eventually he would find himself at the feet of not an oppressive god, rather a quaint being known as the Painter. The Painter would ignite in Gale a new mission altogether, a simple task that revolved around finding a worthy pigment to create a world that promised an eternal peace that not just Ariandel yearned for, but also the original world too. After the events of the main mission in Ariandel, it's in his new mission that Gale would reach out to us again, having proved ourselves as the most capable human of the age and the saviour of Ariandel. He would reveal his new grand plan, to travel to the land of the forgotten Pygmy Lords and reclaim the entirety of the Dark Soul, as only the Dark Soul held within it the properties of a deep peace. While navigating us, Gale battles through the convoluted land of the Ring City, and after we have disrupted the fabric of time itself, we meet Gale at the end of the world. Covered in ash and brought to a ruin, we learn this ruin had everything to do with Gale, as Gale, now at the end of the world, had consumed every aspect of the Dark Soul, and all that remained was our own remaining humanity to consolidate for the first time since the very inception of the universe, a unified Dark Soul untethered to the Dark Sign, or even the Pygmy children of the furtive Pygmy once tricked by Gwyn. In this battle, bloated with the mass of the true Dark Soul, we face him off. No longer are we up against a lowly slave knight, we are now against the most unified aspect of the Dark Soul, embellished by the story of every undead we have controlled through every installment of the game. This is precisely why Gale is not just the last boss fight in the game in chronology, but literally the last living battle we engage in from a lore-based perspective too. In this moment, Gale is not just unlike our own protagonist, but he is also the totality of the strength of humanity altogether. Gale is humanity's final act in the world of Dark Souls, the last speech of both the furtive pygmy and his dear children. In his final moments, he recognizes us as the final aspect of humanity remaining, and this is precisely why, after we defeat him, we obtain the namesake of the game as an item, the Dark Soul itself, and finally a worthy pigment to finally fulfill the wishes of a lowly slave knight who sacrificed himself not at the altar of the lords, but at the behest of the oppressed. Gale is the greatest being in Dark Souls and the entire series. He's not just Manus or the furtive pygmy, he is every story of humanity as they clawed to find their place in a world that took from them their destined peace. He is every memory of every human that has ever gone hollow. He is the story of Moraean swordsman. He's the story of Astora's ambition, the shadows of the Eastern Land, the kindness of Ulisil, the joys of Catarinians, the knowledge of Vinheim, the boulders of Berenice and Boulder, merchants of Xena, prayers of Thoroland, fire of the Great Swamp, the independence of Londor, the rebellion of New Londo, the peace of Ariandel. He is Vendrick of Drangleic. He is the chosen undead of Lordran. And we are, well, we are the Ashen One, born from the failures of Gwyn's first sin, ready to bring Gale home and canonize his life as a pigment for a new world where humans transcend the shackles imposed to them by the oppressive gods. Ending this list and ending the series in a cold,
dark, and very gentle place. And one day, it will make someone a goodly home. I wonder when Uncle Gale intends his return. I hope the new painting will be to him a gentle home.